The timing. Why am I angry? Well, the better question should be, why am I in a fucking courtroom? And why am I not able to change? Okay, there we go. There we go. What am I doing here? Why am I in front of the witness stand? I have no idea. I am very glad the throw redeem is already being used plenty. Thank you for that. All right. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. I have been waiting for this moment for technically years, because holy shit have I been waiting for these games to be re-released. I'm so glad I'm going to be able to do this. 12 days of fully voiced Ace Attorney investigations with a whole crew of voice actors joining me to help me through this and to, you know, listen to my autistic rambling about these games. It is going to be great. We are currently waiting for Petunia, who is joining us today, to relog because they are having internet issues. But when they're here, we'll join the call and we'll soon get going. How is everyone doing today? I hope everyone is having a fantastic evening, because I for fucking sure am going to have, well, a great 2 weeks, to be completely honest with you. Yippee! Where is my yippee? There we go. It took a while. But yeah, I hope everyone is as excited for these streams as I am. While we have the time, let's go through my new model. So as always, this has been cooked up by Aegean, who is also joining us for the voice acting the coming 12 days. But I have multiple emotes, like emotions to go through. I have the Angie, I have sad, and multiple poses. I have 3 poses and 3 emotions in general, which is about the same as I have in real life, to be completely honest. I have the Edgeworth thinking pose, or like the smug pose, which should be a lot of fun to use while we're going through the game. And the cross arms, which I think I am most excited about because it fits so fucking well with the game. And just, it's Edgeworth. It's fucking Edgeworth. My entire model is basically me as Edgeworth. I'm glad you guys like it. I fucking love it. I'm so excited for this. Hi, Saber. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good evening. Is this worth edging? Yes. Popping in for a moment because I'm at work, but did you know you're cute? Well, did you know you are cute? Thank you, Lane. Good luck at work. Love the new model. Thank you. I'm really happy with it. It looks amazing. All the love to Aegean for this. I am so fucking excited. This is going to be so much fun. And yeah, did you guys pop the new emotes yet that are available now? They should all be available. We now have an Aegean Pog and Aegean Peak. Oh, I didn't add the Yippee yet. You will get the Yippee soon. Hopefully tomorrow in that case. The Yippee was a bit late, so I didn't get to add it yet, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Alfira Pog is behind the paywall. I only have that many emote slots. I can't do all the emotes for normal people, Lamau, for not subscribers. I'm very fucking sorry. Go and tell Twitch that, not me. Just beeping Discord for a second because we're waiting. I am out of a job and now this. Please don't subscribe if you don't have the money to do so. But so, for today, we are going to go through the first two cases, those being Turnabout Visitor and Turnabout Airlines. I typed that right as one of the therapists needed me for something. Lovely. Immaculate timing. All right, Petunia has joined, so we will be joining Discord soon as well. And we'll get going. I am going on a quick BRB. I need to take care of one small thing, and then we'll head into Discord. No, you don't get to play Words on Stream right now. I just need to fix something. Okay, we should be good to go. Let me get the sound on here. And let me add Discord so you can hear my fellow voice actors and voice actresses, the lovely people who are going to be helping me with this game. The coming 2 weeks. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
I think Discord is working. Yeah.
I think Discord is indeed working, yeah.
You guys are now live, which means behave, please.
Oh god.
What do you mean? What do you think we're gonna do?
Wacky shit.
Buffoonery, absolute
Buffoonery.
I mean, buffoonery is on the table, but
So I believe we're waiting for one more thing before we can get started. I think Petunia is still checking
yeah,
something?
Petunia's having some internet problems, I think.
Yep.
Hello?
Okay.
Ah, there they are.
hi.
They are ready, I think. Yeah, seems like it. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, great.
Let's go.
Boys, gals, and MB pals. We have a 5-man cast for tonight for our first two cases. Let's go over the roll list for the first case, right? What are you laughing about, boss?
I don't know, the name of the guy I'm gonna voice, I guess.
So, for the first hour, we're doing Turnabout Visitor. I will be doing Miles Edgeworth, the man himself, because I don't want anyone else to have to voice 75% of this fucking game. Let me share my screen in the meantime. That'll probably help, right?
Yeah. Would be nice to not have a delay.
Dee.
That does help. Yes.
Does that work?
Yeah,
Do you guys have sound as well?
Yeah,
sure do.
that do be working, yeah.
And you do have sound?
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect.
All right.
My mouse just died. Okay. So, I will be doing Daddy Edgeworth himself. In the role of Dick Gumshoe for the coming 12 days, we have Buzz, who you might know as Slootkin in chat. Give me your best Gumshoe impression, boss.
Hey Peter, my name is Big Gumshoe. I mean Miles.
Love it. In the role of Maggie Bird, we have Petunia.
Howdy and hello.
Howdy. For Jacques Sportsman, Ash, who is Shatekri in my chat,
That's me.
give me your best Maggie Bird impression. Ah, sorry, Jacques Sportsman. Wrong. Fucking up my own role list already.
Sports. Yeah.
Sports.
Oh, I got sports in the name. Sports is the game.
No research has been done for this.
I did one Google, but I didn't want to see like spoilers or anything. So I know only very vague things about this person. So
That's completely fair.
Yeah, I don't think none of us have ever played Aero Advocates, as I like to call
This
it.
Aero Advocate.
We googled this game and all we found was fan-picked.
That's yeah, that's makes sense. Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out what's actually going on.
You'll get there. And in the
All we
role
know
of
is that everybody
sorry.
is gay.
Yeah,
That's
everybody
all
is
we
very
learned.
gay. That is definitely true. And in the role of side characters, because I am a dumbass and didn't realize there were only 4 major characters in the first case, we have Aegean, my model parent and artist, who I roped into this. I would say give me your best side character impression, but that ought to be kind of hard, huh?
They actually birthed that PNG. Did you know that?
They birthed that PNG.
Yeah.
They birthed my model.
They
did.
free for you to have not said that. In fact, I would have paid you to have not said that.
Yeah, that is on my Twitch channel now. Great cast. Thank you, Saber. It is a great cast indeed. All right. You guys have sound, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's an active process to create a model.
True.
That's also
Let
true.
us get started then.
We
Turnabout
know it
visitor.
takes months of work.
Months or even more than a year sometimes.
Yeah. It is like childbirth.
Huh?
Exactly.
To make sure the defendant is found guilty, what other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough. But a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost.
Oh, hell no. They killed my boy? Is that the
Hey,
sportsman?
yo.
I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. We currently don't know who that is, so that's why I'm voicing everyone.
Okay.
I think I can guess which one that is.
Yeah, you think? That's one shiny forehead. March 14, 2:05 a.m., Prosecutors Building, 12th floor hallway.
Oh
His legs are so little.
my god.
It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. Door is unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? What's the smell? It's very familiar. Blood? What the? What's the meaning of this? Freeze. Identify yourself. Shut up. You've got some nerve committing murder in the prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be trusted in a multitude of cases and some very frantic and busy days.
I finished photographing the victim's body, sir.
Very well. Please continue your investigation.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Edwards, sir. Are you okay, sir?
Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene.
When I heard that the murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away.
This is Dick Gumshoe. Shut.
What is Nick got a gum on his shoe, huh?
He is a detective with the local precincts, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being.
You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt?
No, I'm perfectly fine. However,
Ah! Look at what they did to your office. It's totally trashed.
I'll say the culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office.
Whoa! It sounds like you're really getting burned up. Whoa, shit, no. Sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing.
This crime was committed in my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it.
Oh, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating.
Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? I get a nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind.
Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you?
No, not really. Especially because of this.
The key to your office? What do you mean, sir?
If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you.
Logic?
Something Gumshoe has never used in his fucking life.
Himbo.
By finding... Himbo icon, Dick
Yeah,
Gumshoe.
for real.
By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic.
So how do you use it?
First, I recall the information we've gathered with L1. And then I connect them together with triangle.
God
Does this
damn.
work in real life too?
Yeah, for real, for real.
Shit, okay.
Welcome to
Being
the
a police
tutorial
officer
section of
must
the
be
fucking
so
game.
easy.
For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks, which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir.
There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after?
You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir.
Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth remains. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we?
Yes, sir. The basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir.
I know that. And when I want to examine something, I simply use
Oh, okay.
X when I'm
Does that
next to
work
it.
in real life too?
Mr. Gamer over here. Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just use triangle, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir.
Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. Welcome to the portion where not everything is talking. They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. That's a sentence he says every time you enter a portion of the investigation that you still need to get evidence out of, by the way, so I'm not saying that every fucking
Oh,
time.
that's great. Oh, that's great.
He seems like
Edgeworthy?
What do we have here?
Hey, I think I've seen one of these before.
It's a police badge, detective.
Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing actually. What a coinkydink.
Let's take a look inside.
The fuck is a coinkydink?
Coincidence, but gumshoe edition. Mr. Buddy Faith. It would appear that our victim was a detective, just like you.
Oh man, that could have been me.
Let's see here. There's blood all over its lower abdominal area.
Oh shit. It looks like the bullet passed clean through the stomach area, sir.
In other words, he was shot.
Yep. And until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that.
Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene.
Are you going to be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir?
Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all.
Alright, if you say so.
I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to press E to open my organizer. But the organizer isn't only for evidence. I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. Hey, Dick.
I don't believe it. I packed those files on these shelves so tight that not even an earthquake could make them fall off. But just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all.
A problem, to be sure. Well, once the investigation is over, we'll put them back up on the shelf. So I love how you can see the writing here, and yet you still can't immediately examine it.
I'm mostly in love how both of these people's priorities about the scene are so out of whack.
True. Your files are all over the floor, sir.
They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer.
No! I packed those things very tight. Oh, and I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless.
I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room.
Well, I watered the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. for about half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled.
Does he have a life?
No, sir.
The motherfucker can read my mind all of a sudden. I think we're done
anyone
here,
could do it.
actually. Doesn't seem like there's anything else. Yep. Oh god, I love that they actually tell you when you're done investigating something now.
Looking at a dead body, and the first reaction is the room plan.
Right?
For real?
The priorities are so out of whack.
What have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon?
That is such a gnarly 3D gun.
If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here.
I think I've seen one of these before. A
Care
gun?
to enlighten me as to where?
Oh, I know. I was issued the exact same model, I think. I was killed by a cop?
Detective.
I don't really recall guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much, except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it.
So it's the same type of revolver as the one used by the precinct detectives. It takes him a bit, but he gets there. That's Gumshoe in a nutshell. I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
He was a detective, so he's probably got...
Gumshoe's brain is like a coffee filter.
That is probably the best way to put it I've ever heard. The revolver, the standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time?
Yes, sir. On it now, sir. Excuse me, pal. Let's see what we got over here. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. The guy's wearing a gun holster.
So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him.
My dream thrill thrill.
What?
Huh?
Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. Dick?
As I always say, you've got to look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use the right stick to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use L1 and R1 to zoom in and out to get at the nitty-gritty.
Gotta love tutorials in your video games.
Yeah. Especially in your visual novels.
It looks like only one round is fired from this.
Wow, so the killer killed the victim with just one shot after wresting the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. I guess this is about all we're going to find out. We should send the body to...
Autism.
Jim! Ash, this is you.
Oh, is this... Why? Oh, why? How could this have happened to a guy like you?
Are you alright?
Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be.
Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body.
The body? The body! Don't talk about them like he's just some lump of flesh! Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night.
Sure, just, in a blood-stained suit, pal.
Where are my manners?
Aren't you that prosecutor?
Why, yes, I am. I'm Jack Portsman, prosecutor. Jim here was my partner in crime busting.
I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor.
Detective Dick Gumshoes, sir. Sorry.
So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office.
Catsnable, what the fuck is that? Is that comment? Ash can touch other things if they like. What?
Huh?
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 Buddy! Yes, that is correct.
Then it was you!
This
You're
game
the
is
one who
tennis
killed
day.
Jim.
Meet formal day.
Hey, don't go jumping around to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay?
And yeah, Saber, it's sport as in sports, because Ace Attorney is full of puns, as you will find out the coming 12 days.
Oh, I will not! I know how things work around here. High prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door.
That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? Oh.
Uh-oh.
So the only one who get in there was me. Oh, no, my God.
Gumshoe.
Gumshoe, wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means.
So it was you then! You're
Oh,
Jim's
God,
killer!
oh, please. No way, pal, you've got it all wrong.
Everyone calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you're a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions?
Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know? Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? It's fucking dead.
A pleasure to work with you.
You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on, then. It's your room, after all.
Thank you. I intend to.
I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there!
Sir.
I want you to capture the scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. This fucking dude.
Excuse me?
Oops, forgot my line. Anyways, back to
Is
investigating.
normal?
No.
Ah, your jacket, sir. What's it doing on the floor?
It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten
no.
me by firing a round.
Oh no, it fell off. So so the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? They dared to shoot the ultra special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in?
That's very in line for Gumshoe, thank you for that.
What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster.
It's not
I'm
worth
sorry.
getting worked up over, detective. Not when there's something
I'm
more
sorry
here.
if the voice is kind of all over the place. Huh? Like what?
I take it you haven't noticed it yet, detective. There is a giant contradiction right here in front of us.
No, I noticed it.
I think Gumshoe actually did. Really?
Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him.
Like who?
Phoenix
Oh.
Wright.
Phoenix Wright. Oh my god.
Rubbing off on him or rubbing him off?
I mean,
Excuse me?
But I
Anyway.
have my own methods and I will conduct his investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. This is it. This bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor at it and press triangle with conviction.
Oh yeah.
I get. Does that work in real life?
When I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things.
Jeez. Eureka.
This bullet hole is the
It
contradiction.
does work in real life. That's called smashing the like button.
What do you mean, sir?
Yo.
It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felt the victim, and the second felt his frame.
Hey, that's right.
However, this gun was only fired once,
Hey, that's true too.
which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight?
By the way, I noticed something, sir.
Yes.
What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame?
Ah, that. It's a secret safe.
A secret safe? Ooh, I smell money.
I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way.
Oh, roger that. I love Gumshoe. He's actually like #1 himbo.
Hey, Dick.
Like, he looks like Bolin's dad. Achoo, achoo. Talk about Dusty. Excuse me, what did you call me, Alfira?
Dick?
Oh.
Gumshoe. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while.
I had no idea there was a safe here. Alright, I've kept it clean for you, sir. So when did you, put this thing in?
It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one.
Wee-wee? Oh my god, I had no idea.
Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence.
So what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth?
Right now, nothing.
Oh.
We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session.
That's it? Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams.
Alright,
Alfira, I think you missed a line.
shut up. It's the fucking nook and cranny line again.
I think, yeah.
Now this is odd.
There's a nook yet to be explored. You found something, sir?
This keypad. Don't you find it to be a bit too clean?
Oh, yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. Suspicious.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
sorry. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints?
You got it, sir. I couldn't find, let alone lift a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well.
As I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly play connect the dots with the information we have.
Mhm.
Dude.
I believe I have figured out what the murderer was after.
What was it, sir?
Fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe. making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind his break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime.
Does it tell you if you get something wrong?
Yeah, it does. It'll give you a penalty if you do. But I've played this case like 10 times.
Oh, okay.
There is a possibility that the files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer.
Oh, you mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir?
Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna shelf files like you've never seen before, even at the library.
Sure. Let's give that a try.
Why do
Give
all the good
Gumshoe a
ones always
cigarette.
die young?
Give him a cigarette.
Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth.
No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth.
And? So, what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth?
First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place.
You got it! Here, let me help you.
So this file goes here, and that book goes there.
You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office.
Yeah, I'm real smart. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal, okay? Done! Jeez! Nosy bitch.
It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here.
Ugh, the bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh.
I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf.
And then the guy fell on the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out. You are a detective.
Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now.
But you know I'm not good with blood, sir. You are a detective.
I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. How so is the bullet hole over here if he died in a standing position? About to ask about the bud blood. Yeah. There is clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole.
What do you mean, sir?
You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up.
But what if the guy was shot while sitting or lying down? Sir.
That would be illogical. The victim leaned against the shelf here after being shot, which suggests that he was standing when he was shot.
Then that means... Wait! What does that mean, sir?
It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective.
Oh, man.
In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What is the faulty assumption that caused this problem with the bullet hole's position? Yeah. I believe the order of the files is a bit off.
You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey! Actually, I think the label on the files are wrong, sir.
Oh?
Yeah, you see over there on the files that were shot begin with number O? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird.
Actually, the way they're organized now is the correct order. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye.
But the numbers are all out of order.
Sorry, I didn't read. Those white binders are special, so they are arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. So that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out.
Do you think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it was moved?
They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith.
And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess.
Exactly. And then proceeded to shoot the victim.
What does it say Gumshoe on those files?
Oh, yo.
We'll get to
Like on
that.
the right? Okay. But why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time? How did they not see it?
Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice, once before and once after the crime. But why? Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. There you go. This.
Girl is on fire. What is that? Why does it say Gumshoe on there in blood? Exactly.
I'd say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence.
Uh-huh.
Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed.
No, wait. There gotta be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me. Say something, sir.
It appears that one of my files was stolen.
Oh my fucking god.
Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation?
Is this what the killer was really after? Hell yeah.
Oh, he's really mad.
Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me.
You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party.
If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up.
Jim's words. They're more than enough, wouldn't you say?
If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning.
You got it.
I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude,
Really?
and there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you going to do?
What I always do in courts, I'm going to cross-examine
So
him.
sad.
In one way or another. I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique.
Oh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir?
Maybe some other time.
Oh.
Mr.
I
Portsman, if you are ready.
Oh, if you don't have time, you could say so, sir. I guess I'll remain ignorant.
Mr. Portsman, logic.
Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. It's fucking dead.
You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer?
I can hear Jim's voice, and he's calling for his killer's arrest!
Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There is no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence.
Ooh. Facts and logic.
I'm gonna start saying this to people.
Okay, you don't have to like re-voice this entire thing, Ash, because otherwise you're going to voice it like 3 times.
Oh, sick, okay. It would be really funny if I did reread it each time, though.
You
I tried to get the
could, but
inflection identically
Why does this
correct
guy
each time.
always do it thumbs up?
He's so.
He just likes it.
No, reread it each time, please. No.
No, I would.
So you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Do you really think it was necessary to dishevel my 12 shelves twice to do that?
That's true. Okay, then maybe his real intent was theft.
Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth?
It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle.
I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal. Okay. So all 3 of them happen to be instant noodles, but...
Oh god.
Oh, he's
Poor
a little
thing.
fella.
What an evil prosecutor you were paired up with. And what a motive, no?
So something doesn't make sense here in the letters were first and then something got stolen, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a gigantic flaw in his logic. A gap so wide that even the good detective can spot it. Now to clue Mr. Portsman in by presenting him with some evidence.
Gumshoe is not a good detective.
Ow. Chat is throwing stuff at me. I'll take a sip. How have I played this case 10 times and I don't realize what I need to present to what statement here? Does one of you guys have an idea?
I
I don't know how to play this game.
The second statement, you can push him on.
I pressed him on that one already.
Present the. I don't know what all the evidence says. I forgot. Yeah, that one.
No. It would behoove you to take a good look at this.
I see it, but I fail to see how it has anything to do with me.
Is that so?
You're not at the top of your game today, are you, Mr. Genius Prosecutor?
I can't allow him to set the pace here. I must remain calm. Only by doing so can I find a fatal flaw in his reasoning. Because that's the... oh, why did I present that? I pressed the wrong fucking button.
Really? I think it holds up rather well, actually.
That's the same thing again.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
I wanted to...
This isn't like you at all, sir. Concentrate. Dummy.
That was careless of me. I can't afford to do that or the truth will slowly slip away. I literally just pressed the wrong fucking button. I hate my life.
You're the only one with neurons right now.
Did you try the save yet?
It's not going to be the save, I think.
Don't you didn't know it was there, like, was about to
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Maybe? That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf.
But yeah.
Wait, no, a file was stolen. That his body can.
Yeah,
he
that's a
couldn't
good
have
point.
noticed.
Yeah.
There we go. God, I'm stupid. Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there is a serious flaw in your logic.
Bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem. I'm game. Huh?
I can't help but find it odd.
Excuse me?
Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office.
What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking. I get it.
If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file?
What? That's impossible!
What's impossible, Mr. Portsman?
Nothing.
The files on that shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines.
It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder.
I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name where the file should be is proof.
Yeah, I mean, the S is gone, and there's only half an H.
If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood.
Which means what exactly? What does that make to this dying message?
It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene.
That's so low! I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir. I'm gonna get him, sir. You'll see. I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time.
Well, Mr. Portsman?
Brilliant. Absolutely splendid. Logic deserving of Olympic gold.
I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed.
Meh. You win some and you lose some. That's how life goes.
Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive.
But you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up. However,
What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal?
humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office?
That would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal.
Oh my god, the quote. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence.
Then why do I sense that you still have something to say?
What the fuck's going on?
Well, I was thinking, did you know that there is one other person with a key to this office?
Why is he taking off his clothes?
Right? What is he doing?
He's pulling his
One-
cock out.
Other person?
What? Hey, you there!
Yes, sir. What is it, sir?
Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me?
A lady.
The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness.
Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal. Don't.
What's wrong with him all of a sudden?
I believe she needs no introduction. I've called upon Miss Maggie is that Beard? Byard?
Bird.
Bird. Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security.
Okay. Before I read any line, could I run a voice past all y'all see what you think?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Because they'll be the voice for the rest of this.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Chat is very hyped about Maggie, apparently.
Okay, how does this sound?
That works, I think.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Do you want it more high-pitched?
Maybe a
Because
tiny
I
bit.
can fool around with this real quick. I have
Maybe
a couple
tiny
of...
bit, yeah.
Okay. Kind more high-pitched.
Sure, yeah.
That 1 second, everybody.
Thoughts on this?
What do you guys think?
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs up, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Okay. Here we go then.
Hell yeah.
Yippee!
Just wanted to ask because it's fun picking a voice, but the program and we have. Alright. Here we go. Detective Gumshoe, sir.
Maggie.
Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight.
I see. And your point is?
My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it,
Leicester say.
I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building.
My penis!
My mind immediately.
What?
If you're not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird.
Miss?
How dare you? I was never sneak into someone's room.
That's right. I refuse to believe that Maggie is the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right. I did it. He's so cool.
Can we take that as a confession, Detective?
Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal.
Oh, Gumshoe.
So yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right?
Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics.
Just doing it again.
Oh no, 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 no!
Listen
Don't
to
do
your
it
boss,
again.
Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message.
So you're saying she used the master key?
Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say?
That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well.
That was then. This is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. This fucking dude.
I wonder if there was anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. It seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. All right.
Hold it!
Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key?
Why is
There's
his
only one.
animation look like he's like flashing?
It is.
For real though.
Scares me every time.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
There's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight, she's it. Isn't that
And by
right, Miss
it.
Bird?
Not true, but I wasn't able to use the master. I'm sir.
Wasn't able to. What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, yes. Moving on. I'd hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated.
What do you mean unrelated? I want to hear what you has to say, pal.
But you can't really trust her not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time.
Should I hear Miss Bird out? Not so fast. I too am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say.
Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies.
Well, we say something else, Jock. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Bird, if you please.
I discovered that the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir.
What do you mean by missing?
As in, it wasn't anywhere in the seat security, sir. The killer must have stolen it.
Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you?
I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words.
I'm not lying, sir.
If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the master key now?
I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden.
A likely story. And where is your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again.
I never lose. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something this year's, it's usually because someone stole it.
That's actually true. That is like the third time that happened in the entire series.
Yeah, pal, trust me. You don't want to test just how bad our luck is.
Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive.
I'm glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth.
But... You still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office.
Our motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried to save.
It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counterattack with a few facts of my own. Bonk. Ow.
Y'all mind if I redeem the throw stuff?
Go ahead.
I'll do it with you.
Let's go.
Ow. Ow. Motherfuckers.
Bonk.
Alfira Edgeworth getting thrown. I messed up the formatting of that sentence.
Hold it!
I concur that the culprit's motive appears to have been thievery. However,
I'm glad to hear that the great Miles Edgeworth is in agreement with little old me.
with regard to the investigation of the bookshelves and safe,
Hey, good thinking. Asking for my opinion on the matter.
would it be too much for you to allow me to complete a full sentence?
Hold it!
I thought we had established Detective Gumshoe's innocence pretty thoroughly.
It was just a theory. One hypothesis among the many possibilities. I mean, I had my doubts about Miss Bird from the very beginning.
If that's the case, then why didn't you mention her first?
Now, don't make that face. See, there goes the truth, running the other way. Let's pick up the pace and see if we can't catch up to it.
I don't think you're catching my drift.
But we are in agreement that the detective isn't the killer, right? If so, then I hope you'll understand when I say that since she is the only one who could have opened your office door,
Hold it!
Don't you think it's a bit early to be jumping to conclusions?
Are you saying there's another way to open the door other than with the master key? Oh, I get it. Perhaps you had a spare made for someone else.
I'll have you know I have never made a spare. So what are you insinuating?
Nothing. Guess I should have known better than to suggest that someone like you would.
Is there anyone in the district who hasn't at least heard of Detective Gumshoe?
Good point. He's practically a celebrity among us prosecutors. I can see why.
Really? I never knew it was so talked about, sir.
We're holding our collective breath, you know. For when you screw up so badly that you're literally chased off the force.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Wait, what?
oh.
Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth?
Of course not. That's hogwash.
Phew. Don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack there.
By dying message, you mean the bloody letters that spell out Gumshoe?
My final message.
I figured that whoever wrote his name must have wanted to frame him. And just the act of choosing his name is proof enough that the two knew each other well.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence.
I would love to. But first we should listen a bit more and digest what he is saying. I pressed him on everything. I actually... Was this a new statement? I don't remember what the testimony was like first, actually.
Shit. I don't remember either.
Oh.
No, we did this one already, yeah.
Oh no, we gotta go back and read through the whole thing. We can't be skipping dialogue while we're saying that.
Shut it. That was wrong. Mr. Portsman, there is a large flaw in your logic.
Really? I think it holds up rather well, actually. What do you think is wrong with it?
Nothing. Let's move on.
This isn't like you at all, sir. Concentrate.
That was careless of me. I can't afford to do that, or the truth will slowly slip away. Remain calm, Miles. It's the only way. Why the fuck am I so lost on this game?
I just fucking love that, like, in universe, Miles has just said, like, objection. But, like, he doesn't, like, say the start of what he was about to say that was wrong. He just says it.
Oh,
and then the
wait,
other
yeah, no,
person's like,
actually,
"Nah."
how did she know about the safe? Only the
True.
prosecutors know about them.
True.
Yep.
The head tap.
Do you wish to continue insisting that Miss Bird was set on stealing something?
Why not? It's the truth, after all. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway.
That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe. The existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan.
But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down.
I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted.
Yeah,
chewing on
even
his
I
metal?
didn't know about that safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. That is true. That is
Then,
true.
are you proposing
That you did it, yeah.
that the killer is a prosecutor?
Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now?
Curses! Why? What made you?
What's with the angry face all of a sudden?
It's all my fault!
What do you mean?
It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes.
What did you just say?
We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes.
Then that means...
Yeah, I know. I had only just told him too. Obviously, it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim.
Now he's claiming that the victim was the thief.
And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird.
They were lovers.
Excuse.
I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession.
What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder?
Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it?
No. I couldn't. I can never do something like that. Not even 6 security guards there.
Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office.
Which is precisely why I had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key.
The program can pick up small sounds like this, so you though.
Oh, okay.
Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us. Unless... Well, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him!
Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief?
Don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense.
Has he no honor?
Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out?
You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office.
But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You're all suspects to varying degrees, and therefore, ineligible to run this show.
Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit.
Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself.
But, sir...
We have no choice but to accommodate his request. For now.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful.
Mark my words, Mr. Portsman. We will meet again.
If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now, don't disappoint me, you hear? Oh my god.
To be continued.
Was that the first, chapter?
Can we real quick? Be right back.
Yeah.
Alright.
Thank you.
Take a quick break until Petunia is back. If the game would let me pause. Yep, there we go. All right, we're back.
He's grumpy.
Part 2 of Turnabout Visitor.
What is with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable.
Please maintain your professionalism, detective.
Never. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving that Maggie's innocent. You'll see, sir.
Fucking Gumshoe with his mouth full of food.
Sorry.
It fits.
Mid-snack.
It's ice cream, so I can't let it melt. I'm sorry.
We've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir.
True. So then what now?
Poor Maggie.
Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic that's.
Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. Ow. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyways.
Eh? Really, sir?
For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mysteries surrounding my door.
There's a file under that bench.
Yep.
Hey, Alfira, I think you missed a line.
Die.
There's
It's
a little nook and cranny.
Find, you now won't be best.
Hey, Dick.
Yeah. Oh. Isn't that missing Oshir's file, sir?
No doubt about it. The bloody litter is marked clear as day. There seem to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind.
So what are these O's files about, sir? I guess they've got something worth stealing in them, huh?
Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine.
Huh?
They belong to the High Prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were.
That's just her shade. Then that means the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right?
It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing.
I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. I don't know, ask Jacques Sportsman, I guess.
There's something else here. Oh, I guess not. This fucking game, I swear to God.
There's no nook and cranny for you to explore, Elvira. Why is there a basket court in the fucking hallway?
What is a basketball
Exactly.
hoop doing here?
Exactly. Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago?
So when and why was it moved indoors?
No, I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently.
Drag it?
I heard it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself. Excuse me?
All the way up to the 12th floor? This office.
1203, 1203. Hey Maggie! Whose room is this again?
It's Mr. Sports.
So he's my new neighbor, I see. I suppose he moved in while I was away overseas. Basketball. What is a basketball doing here?
That's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir.
Momo UVT, thank you for the sub.
Oh my god. Wait, isn't that 5 subs?
I'm at 6 or 7 right now. 7,
Then
yeah.
where is the Bark stream?
I'm working on it. Also, Dick.
I heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis.
And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway.
You could play tennis in a hallway.
Oh, please do
So
not.
play tennis in a hallway.
Oh my god, no.
Yeah.
Is everything
Sounds
alright?
fucking awesome.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that just
So,
Padel?
I weighed myself this morning and I'm finally at 154 pounds.
Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway and this room.
Oh, everything's okay, sir.
A word of advice. Stay focused, or you may start to lose even more weight. Huh?
What does that mean?
What does that mean, Edgeworth?
What is he threatening him with?
That's ominous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's really ominous.
I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case.
I've always been a big fan of the courtroom. But this.
Excuse you?
This is like a dream more being cross-examined by V. Miles Edward.
I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. I should jog her memory by shoving my notes to her with triangle. Fucking game. So when did you discover that the master key was missing?
At the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir. And I noticed it was back around 2:30 a.m. It was just sitting there on the lead where this dirty room reception window. But I'm sure that between those times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir.
Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place?
It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room away in the window.
Always, you say? Except for this time, correct?
Well, I admit that. Was a bit careless, but I had my reason. I left it out because I was sorta using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the lead.
She used the master key? What did you mean by you used the master key?
Oh, I had to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his. I mean, it's my job as a security guard. Right.
What is it?
What is it?
Nope.
That's right. I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgotten his team. It was Mr. Sports, sir.
What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly.
It was around 12 a.m. Mr. Sports had forgotten his office CC, so he came down to security, sir.
And that's when you loaned the master key to him?
No way. It's against regulations to blow the mask keys out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Ports to his office.
Did the rest of that sentence disappear, or?
Opened the door for him
Ah.
personal.
Okay, sorry. I see.
It was a translation problem.
Okay,
Oh.
no worries.
Sometimes the program doesn't hatch to of.
Uh-huh.
And then what? What happened after that?
Well, he calls for me to come close up office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think.
So, in summary, for the sake of one forgetful
So-
prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight.
Talk about suspicious.
I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. Something about nook and crannies.
Oh my god, Alfira, get the nook and the crannies.
Room 1203. I take it that this is Mr. Portsman's office?
Yeah. You can't mistake it because of the basketball hoops, sir. Oh, that reminds me. Mr. Ports had actually wanted room 1202 really bad. But since you were already occupying, Mr. Ed, we put them next door.
So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202?
I'm not sure. But I bet it's because of something like in birthday.
Yep, that's gotta be it. Can't think of another reason why.
I can think of at least 3. Ugh, why am I even wasting time thinking about this? The door is locked tight.
I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
This is the office of a high prosecutor, Detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them.
Ah, so I guess only a great cattle burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is.
Might I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from?
Stop being mean to him.
It's... oh, sorry.
It's Mr. Portsman's personal basketball hoop.
I can't believe you put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office.
But you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office as I've been here.
How long have I had the same office and yet you still managed to get lost?
Fucking mood though.
Is it?
Like, yeah.
A minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood.
It's kind of majestic too. Fits really well with the ambience of the prosecutor's office. Even Mr. Portsman seems dignified just because he works behind one of those.
Nonsense, a man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works.
Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Who's that?
Mr. Payne? I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. Mr. Payne is a tutorial character in every other Ace Attorney game. That's the guy standing over here.
Oh, okay.
What are we missing? Nothing over here. Missing something in the brain area.
Brain blast. Can I throw shit at you yet? Not yet. Not yet.
I can though.
You can? Throw something.
I'm gonna do it.
Throw something.
I'm doing it. There we go.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What's gonna be thrown? I couldn't tell what that was. Master key was stolen. Master used the master key.
I'm not sure if this actually makes sense.
Does everyone just make bone of gum?
Sorry?
Sorry? Oh yeah, that's a thing.
Does
Miss-
everyone make fun of the?
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure everybody's
Gumshoe.
gonna make fun of Gumshoes.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
He's
Poor guy.
he's like a really good character, but at the same time he's also really just a comic relief character.
Yeah, but he's
Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story.
No.
Maggie?
Is Maggie okay?
Is Maggie okay?
Hello?
Maggie?
Hello?
Maggie Bird?
Tunia? Oh no, they died. Oh
Oh
no.
no, I
I
think they
think
had
their
internet.
internet. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it happened before, right?
Yeah.
Let me ping them quickly in Discord. Did our Maggie Bird die?
No.
R.I.P. a real one. This for everybody going through tough times.
Our cat. Just our internet again.
Oh,
So that's why
okay.
we dropped for a moment.
Okay,
Oh.
no worries, yeah.
He keeps ripping out our Y.
Wait, the cat keeps ripping out your internet wire.
How's the cat able to do that?
Yeah.
Wow. Asshole.
Yeah.
BM. That's pure BM. Oh my god.
There's not, Saber, there's not supposed to be
He knows
music here,
exactly
but
how
we were
to
having
bite it as he
technical
gets
difficulties.
annoyed that we're not paying attention.
So he rips the fucking internet cable? Damn, okay.
Little motherfucker.
Althea, are Bird and Gumshoe related?
It's implied that they're dating, I think.
Oh.
That might be the greatest development in any plot ever.
All right.
Are they actually, or is this like a
What?
fan thing?
No way, pal. I've need, sir.
You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time.
Wow. Now that gets by you, Mr. Edward. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten all about that. But thanks to you. I remember now. You're right. It was around that very time that I realized that masked he was missing.
And
Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key. So I pretended to lock up his room, sir.
You pretended?
Yeah. I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir.
So, in actuality, you never did relog the door then?
Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly.
But is it?
Oh, there's a new nook and cranny.
But it is locked, so...
Eureka!
There's a contradiction here between reality and the evidence. If what Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight?
Huh? You know, you're right.
Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door?
I am certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Sports noticed it himself. That I had it.
Which means what, sir?
If it either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one.
She opened a different door? But how can you prove that?
There's an easy way to figure out. All we need to do is examine these prints on the doorknob, I think.
Yeah.
Wait,
I would assume so.
Or the master key. No, the master
No,
key, because only Bird would have had the master key. If no way.
But we'll know which door that Bird opened.
There's an
based
easy
on
way to
which
find out,
prints
isn't
are on which door.
on the doorknob?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah. The prints on the doorknob will tell us everything.
I mean, they're not gonna tell you everything.
Hey you pal, do us a favor. Let's see what you can lift from this, okay? He's from New York.
Why is he from New
Hey,
York all of
you!
a sudden?
He's from New York now. So, what do you find out?
There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective.
Sir, I have found only Mr. Sportsman's face print on this doorknob.
So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive.
Huh? I'm lost, sir.
Oh, God.
Thinking logically, a certain other person's print should be on this knob as well. Now then, whose print should also be on this doorknob? Mr. Maggie Bird? Miss Maggie Bird? So shut the fuck up! Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked his door are absent?
You mean...
Yes, the door
First
that Miss
think
Bird
about it.
opened could not have been this one, but a different one. What have we here?
Oh, there's a new nook and cranny,
Yeah,
Alfira.
Alfira, I think you missed a line of dialogue.
I'm going to kill you. What is this?
Oh my god, the basketball pole has been moved.
Oh,
It looks like a
yo.
scrap of paper, I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. Well, too bad I can't read.
It looks like a note from the victim.
Yeah, and it's from Mr. Portsman.
What's this?
What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game?
That's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off.
Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when somebody made a seriously sweet slam dunk.
The positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. I'd better take note of this.
What could this mean?
Is this basketball property of Mr. Portsman?
Yes, sir. He is always ready for a match.
Basketball, soccer, dodgeball, tennis. Doesn't matter what sport it is, he's game. Although, I think it'd be a little hard to play tennis with this ball.
That isn't the point you should be focusing on, Detective.
I've actually tried that once.
Okay.
Not to actually try to play tennis, but like hit a basketball with a tennis racket. Actually worked pretty well. Hurt my hand a little. You're right. You're right, sir. Now I know what I should be focusing on.
He doesn't know, does he?
No. Bad Mr. Portsman. Someone should teach him to clean up his toys after he's done playing.
He didn't know.
I think we've reached the end of this conversation.
Ooh, more nooks and crannies.
Alfira.
1202. These 4 numbers on a number plate alone proclaim this to be my office.
Whoops! Hey, these number plates slide right out, sir.
They have,
They have to be able. Oh,
They
shit,
have to
sorry.
be able to take the plate off when the room becomes vacant, you know? Although, the idea that it can be so easily removed is kind of concerning. I don't see any signs of forced entry. Dick.
And according to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir.
Meaning that the door really was opened with a key. Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob?
Apparently, the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wipe, they think.
Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind.
Maybe it was a prosecutor that did it.
No,
A
surely not.
Prosecutor. Poking around in this hallway is actually paid off quite handsomely.
How so, sir?
In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case.
You know who the killer is. Wow, Mr. Ed.
As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman.
I never would have known.
Who would have thought? It's not like it's in the intro to the case.
Yeah.
What? Mr. Sportsman.
I knew it! That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me too. I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir.
That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come with me. It's time to knock on Truth's door.
Edgeworth is such a dick.
He's just really cocky with it.
Mr. Portsman, I've finished processing the bloody letter, sir.
All right, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. Oh my god. Okay, looking good. You there, take care of this. It just smacked me in the head.
Yeah, for
Well,
real.
if it isn't Detective Gumshoe.
And a line for you, Portsman. We've got you now.
Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of a joke?
It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jog Sportsman, that you are the guilty party in this case.
You must be pretty upset, getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay, if you promise to stay out of our way.
You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job? I can see right through the unsightly paper thin mask you wear upon your cowl.
Who'd have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right?
Hmm?
The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years? There was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know?
Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for now is explaining yourself. Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up.
Well, aren't we full of ourselves? Even though you've yet to prove anything. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how, may I ask, do you propose I unlock your door to get in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here.
Sorry, but we are not finished yet.
Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something?
I'll show you what I'm basing my accusation on. With evidence.
With facts and logic.
For
Like
real,
a
for
real
real.
Sigma.
Die.
What is the evidence that points away?
The master key, of course. I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Wait. Hold on a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know.
Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right. You used your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key.
Take that!
You had asked Miss Burr to open your own office door for you, yes?
Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know?
But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it?
What?
You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we?
I'm certain that I was Mr. Sports.
No,
Or
the basketball
sir.
pole. The basketball pole was moved.
That's so devious, though.
He moved the
I
basketball
checked the number
pole in
plate to
pole.
make sure I was opening the right door, sir.
See, Miss Bird backs up my
Also,
story.
they say sir so often.
Yeah, they do.
They say like all the
Yet, what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking what you wanted?
And how do you suppose I did that?
By switching the number plates on our doors, for example.
That's right. They do slide out pretty.
Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. The basketball hoop.
The basketball hoop.
What? The basketball hoop, sir.
It's quite a peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor.
Ah!
That's very true, sir. Because there was a basketball hoop sitting in there. I thought the door was opening. It has to be Mr. Port's.
There are signs that the hoop has been moved. To sit it in front of my office, to be sure.
I see. So that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Now you're just spouting nonsense! I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me.
But the master key was used twice, so that's just a blatant lie. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he?
I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. What does that mean?
Brother.
My jacket not dirty. I'll have you know. I just watched it yesterday.
Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here.
What is the obsession with jacket?
I don't fucking know. Do we not have evidence for that? Oh no, wait, note left by victim. It says that he was
I didn't
out.
know this game had purity cast based on jackets.
Yeah, right? What is it?
That was a lie.
What are you talking about? How is that a lie?
This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman.
A note?
It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, "But you're out." You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you and what were you doing? Shall I explain it in full detail for you? You were busy snooping around in my room, the very room you had Miss Bird open for you.
That's just nonsense! You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me.
Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence.
No way!
This is proof positive that you had Miss Bird open the door for you. Oh yeah. I had your door dusted for prints.
My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time.
You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints.
Prince? What do they have to do with anything?
Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her print should naturally be on the doorknob she touched.
Yeah,
Further, all of the prints on my office doors knobs have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faye found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back. No one gets away with committing murder in my office. Mhm.
And what's just so funny, huh? Pal.
Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor. As he makes a huge mistake in accusing me is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world.
What?
Mr. Edge just explained it all. And he even backed it up. You're in the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just submit to the crime already. Slippery.
And, as I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you check my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that knob down well. I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched. Oh my god. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be on there.
You just made that up just now, didn't you?
Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it in there before I arrived at the office. Like, early evening, for example.
Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway?
Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse.
Now that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note of that size.
But you can't prove that, can you?
Say something, Mr. Edge. Back me up here, sir.
Portsman makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it.
Besides, I have an airtight alibi.
Airtight, you say?
I only just realized I had one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for us all if I just told you sooner. Nice, dude. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi.
Do you really think it's that perfect?
Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself.
Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, yes, sir! I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Stand on top of business. Mr. Redworth, sir, if I think we're in trouble, it's just like Mr. Portman said. The guys down at Criminal Fair said they saw him at around 2 a.m.
You see?
Oh, man.
All of the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. I don't think we actually have anything right now.
Hold it!
So you paid the Criminal Affairs Department a visit.
Yep. Right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct.
Oh, okay. Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony.
And it was just as I said, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, God.
A number of the detectives said that they saw you at around that time.
See? I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve.
The ace attorney?
Sportsman's alibi may seem
Yo.
perfect at first glance, but I know there's a hole in it somewhere. All I need to do is press him a little and see what comes of it. That's what I'm doing, you fucking... Oh. Cat Streams
Yeah, how does he
2000, thank
know?
you for the follow. You are
How does he
correct.
know?
It was around 2 a.m.
Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time.
I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2.
Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2.
It is as you say, however...
Yes, however, you were the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw?
It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Oh, come now. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you?
I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here.
Oh well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. This fucking dude.
Impossible. He actually does have the perfect alibi.
What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face?
Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we've reached the end of the line, and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there!
Sir,
Please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle.
Maggie!
Protect this gumshoe.
Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn the situation around. If I only had a clue, did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic.
Not looking good right now, huh?
As it relates to the handgun gum.
Yeah, the thing is that gun was only fired once, so there has to be another gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Face of his life, and one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Fave's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up his sleeves. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person, which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Which immediately explains why the files were completely in disarray 2 times. Supposing
Rob Edgeworth.
there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were appended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder, so it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that it was the work of 2 different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it, and once again after the murder by our second culprit, who was the owner of the second gun. If we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back, Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case.
Great. So you finally come to your senses.
Mr. Edge.
Sir, what are you saying?
This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case.
Huh, what do you mean?
The person I ran into was just your average thief.
A thief? But sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts?
Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight.
What do you mean to?
It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office.
Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know.
If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me. Which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time.
So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right?
Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith?
But why did Mr. Faith come into the room, sir?
He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed sounds coming from my office would be my guess.
Oh, because you're supposed to be away. Right.
And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into the office to check it out.
Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do.
But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there.
Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith after catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left a fake dying message behind.
You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that?
Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated.
There was another.
Visitor, sir?
Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found her price.
The stolen oath, all right, sir?
Correct. Only, just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter.
So the shells getting messed up twice in the 2 bullets. It was all because the 2 different people were doing those things at 2 different times.
Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief and was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
What's so funny, pal?
Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything.
Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth after all.
But you know, it's still doesn't change the fact, but it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor.
Grr, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir.
But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point.
Don't say that.
I don't believe this. Don't worry, I'll do something if I must.
You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. When Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So, I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left.
So you think we should be out there looking for the thief?
Of course. Now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions.
I don't think it's at all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it.
I really need to go to the toilet. If Gumshoe says anything, somebody take her my line.
Yeah,
sorry.
sure. Music's getting kind of funky with it.
Music's been kind of funky the whole time.
True.
I fucking love Portsman's, like, insane mood swing.
For real, though.
Also, our program doesn't know how to save the names, so just comes out funny.
It's I noticed, but it's okay.
Mr. Sports and Mr. Edge.
Mr. Sports and
Very
Mr. Edge.
enjoyable.
The program almost says Mr. Edging every time, and I have to stop it.
I'm gonna have to press him.
Hold it!
Once escaped, I highly doubt the thief would linger nearby.
Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after.
Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief.
It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything, after all.
But according to Mr. Faith's notes...
Hold on. I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it in a different time, say just before he was murdered.
I don't have any, no.
You see? So I insist again that I was in my office the entire time. I completely misparsed that last time. Hold it!
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith?
Ah, that's because he said he was tired and he was going to take a quick nap. You know, those sofas in the hallway, he likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits.
And what of the evidence he brought?
Everything's related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items. A gun and a pendant.
Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks.
Hold it!
A gun and a pendant.
Yes, this gun, which was the murder weapon. And this pendant, which belonged to the victim.
And why were you taking them to criminal affairs?
There was something in a past case file I wanted to compare those two to. But all this has nothing to do with the case right now. Anyway, I believe you'll find the long paper trail I left to be to your satisfaction.
This is all matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out.
It's not looking good. Edgeworth is coming apart at the seams right now.
Wait! You fucking
Oh.
liar! Only 2 pieces? I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail.
Excuse me.
You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me.
What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you.
Well, here is a piece I think you should read carefully.
It says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces.
Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman.
Hey, I can't believe to get tripped up by simple arithmetic.
Where is the missing piece of evidence?
It's...
You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe. Who's going to take over Gumshoe while Boss is gone?
Who wants to?
Aegean, quick.
You don't have to say it, sir.
We can-
I'll pet the guy down from head to toe.
You haven't had enough lines yet tonight.
What? Don't come any closer. I'm warning you.
It's all part of the investigation, pal, so don't even think about stopping me.
No.
Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir.
Ooh.
Despite what you said, it would appear that you have something to hide.
But why would he hide something like that?
There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin.
Damn, this goes so hard.
Ah, that's blood, isn't it?
Yes. And I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh.
You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood?
No! You've got it all wrong.
No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video.
Yeah. It's totally suspicious.
Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him?
You know very well that there's no way to prove that.
Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints?
Yeah,
if I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith.
No, impossible. I.
Did he just die?
He swallowed his medal.
Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir.
Very good.
And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood in there. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Edging.
Fucking.
We finally got it.
Woo!
I can't believe I got to see your cool dedication skills. Outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words.
It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies.
Oh, I was nothing really compared to what I've been through. I mean... I considered myself lucky you that I was only in burglary and murders that. If it had been a hold-up or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up at the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of this fortune to just an unlucky person.
Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail.
You know something, sir? That Mr. Postman really was one corrupt prosecutor.
And why would you say he was corrupt?
Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir.
Forged evidence, huh?
And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons.
Oh, that guy was a complete great to the entire profession. Great.
Sorry, I'm
We
back.
never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office.
Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up.
Although, we can be pretty certain that he was to steal something.
This is between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes.
Oh? Well, well. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this.
Huh? That Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy?
I didn't say that. But rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance to this piece of evidence.
Take that!
The person who stole this file. The other villain of the night.
Yeah, I wonder who it was.
And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint?
It was that guy.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir,
Yes?
I came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir.
This card.
What is it? Is that a bird or something on there?
It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven, a three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective.
Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief that everyone's talking about.
Yes, it is the mark of the great thief Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about the thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence, and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with the single card. Although, it has been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something is written on the back.
What? Let me see.
It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files.
So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu, organization. Quite a few keywords are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were here heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. And that was Turnabout Visitor.
We
Oh,
did it,
shit.
team.
It took us a bit longer than I
Took us
expected.
2 hours and 45
Yeah.
minutes.
A case, an hour-long case, Althira said.
I'm guessing that part of that also has to do with the fact
That was
that
wild.
I
It
struggled
was
with
pretty wild.
2 of the fucking easiest testimonies in the whole
Yeah,
game.
plus I think it takes a lot longer to voice act every line than just reading it in your head.
It might, yeah. Also, hi Grape, how are you doing? I am going to throw it to a quick ad break before we
Is it-
continue. All right, we're back online. We're quickly going
Let's see
to.
about this
Boom.
toad.
Oh, that works.
Is this a little bit lower?
That
yeah.
that should be perfect for your character. Yeah.
Do you want this pitched up or down?
No, it's. I think it's fine like this.
Sounds really good.
Perfect.
Quick question.
We
Yes.
have access to about 200 points
Ooh,
through our program,
200?
damn. Yes, Ash.
so we can
How-
do over 200 voice. Yeah,
How do you actually pronounce the name of the character I'm voicing?
Which one? Because you're voicing 2 characters. Let's go over your role list for this case.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I forgot about that.
For Turnabout Airlines, I will be Miles Edgeworth again because no way in hell is anyone else going to voice 75% of this fucking game.
Nah, I
For Rhoda Tenero, we have Petunia. For Zinc LeBlanc, that will be Aegean.
Finally a roll.
Finally a role, yeah. You were going to voice 2 characters, Ash. You
Oh
were,
yeah, okay.
or did we not agree upon that? And did I
No, we did,
completely
no, we
blank
did,
on
we
it?
did,
Yeah,
we did
okay.
agree upon it, we did. I
You-
just forgot because I'm stupid.
For Cami Meal and Franziska von Karma, it's going to be
Okay.
Ash. And as my trusty sidekick and the comic relief character with this fucking game, Dick Gumshoe, it's Boss.
Hello. Hello.
On that note, Turnabout Airlines.
I don't know anything about these characters.
A little
Please
birdie
help me.
told me that I don't have to say a lot in this.
You
this
won't know.
episode.
Well, for the first half. The return of the great thief Yadagarasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. Two days earlier.
Oh shit.
Yes, everything began high up in the air. 9,000 feet in the air, to be precise. Thank you for flying Goyo Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts.
This is a fucking plane?
Yeah, what? What the fuck?
What is going on? There's been a murder. Or somebody spilled wine, I can't tell.
Double-decker planes exist, by the way.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like,
but like, look at this thing.
look at this.
Yeah,
I
fair
mean,
enough.
Why is there a statue?
What happened to Mr. Edge?
Not wine, grape juice. Yeah, exactly. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare?
Because you did.
6:13. I guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are
Like, this
currently
is-
experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Yes, boss?
This is such a gigantic fucking plane.
Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes.
Earthquakes. Oh,
Is this a travel wallet? But it's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? My head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator. What am I doing hesitating like
An
this?
elevator on a plane.
Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. Motherfucker!
Oh man.
What the... What in the world happened? Petunia, that is your character.
Okay. Here we go. Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your...
Program going to be able to do that?
The best I can do is gross.
Good enough. Byakuya died again. Wrong game.
He's dead as at Nor.
Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen?
You murderer!
Someone died in a plane elevator.
No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me.
This shit is always happening to him.
what if he was a real murderer?
Everyone, I am so sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today. We're just gonna have to call her Brittany or something.
Okay, I see.
Unfortunately, we just had a minor accident on this flight.
Gian, do you want to do the passengers? Or... No, actually, Boss or Ash? You know what? Go for Boss. You do the
An
passenger.
accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder. What? A murder? What's going on with this flight?
Look at all that legroom.
Right?
Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This fight will stay on course and make its schedule land. We are still currently in the middle of the rough. Catch up. So until we are out of this area of turbulent, I asked that you please remain seated.
But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off.
Please. There's no need to feel threatened. Feel. We have already apprehended the culprit.
He has a book of law.
I ask that everyone please remain calm. Passenger?
Oh, sorry. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm?
My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecutor, and I assure you, I am not the killer. Pass.
Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy.
Now you
I'm a
listen
hillbilly.
here. I am not the killer. I simply found the body.
Poor Miles.
What platform was this game originally on again?
Yes.
Sorry?
So you say, however,
DS.
DS, okay.
I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor. As a professional flight attendant,
Oh, is that right?
I know what I saw. And there's a very strong ink evidence to back me up.
What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about?
We've already alerted to the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody. By the powers vested in our cat,
Actually talking about the fact that
Wait.
this... Oh, what?
our captain cops.
No, I have no idea how that works. Speaking about the fact that this is originally a DS game, I don't know if you can change it here. No, you can't actually change it to like DS sprites instead of like the new
my
2D art.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
One second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our cat is being.
Oh no.
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Is that a whole cow that dude's eating? Yeah, it fucking looks like it, doesn't it? I do like the new art. I love the new art as well. I might do like one. Sorry, yeah.
I kind of want to know what the new one, what the old one looks like.
If we're waiting for oh. If we're waiting for
Speak.
Petunia to fight their cat, I can quickly go and change it.
Oh, you have to go to the main menu?
Yeah, I can't do it in probably because it has to load in all the DS
Alright.
stuff.
Oh, that's
my
so
God,
cool.
The DS sprites are so cute. Oh, they're so cute.
Oh, it's only the guys?
I mean, you can see the quality of the
Yeah.
environment is also pixelated.
Yeah, I guess.
This is pretty much what it looked like on the DS.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine this being on the 3DS. Not on 3DS.
No. Original DS. Very slightly compared to the characters. Yeah, true, but you can notice like a difference. I mostly just like the fact that we have a restrained pixelated Miles Edgeworth over here. I'm going to change back though, quickly.
Yeah, no worries.
When will Miles Edgeworth be allowed to Miles? No, never mind. That's it.
When will
So
he
we
be
now
allowed to
have
edit?
4 voice actors instead of 5.
When is he gonna like actually
on.
start fucking gooning? You know what I mean?
That's not
You know
that's
what I'm
not
saying?
Edgeworth.
Say gooning. Yeah, I can't believe this. I can't.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
I've kind of given up on trying to correct Boss
I'm
on
a-
his bullshit.
I'm a beast that cannot be tamed.
Yeah, right.
I'm a force of nature. The government fears me.
I thought you weren't a big fan of the government, though.
That's why they fear me.
I see. Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the government.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the government.
Hi, everybody.
Ah,
And our road eye's back. All right.
Sorry about the delay.
That's okay.
I played
We're
with our
just-
cat all day.
Cats
And he has not
are never
relaxed.
satisfied.
yeah.
Mine is the same.
And then
No.
go straight for the router.
And he's trying to destroy my girlfriend Lego collection.
Oh no.
Oh,
That's so mean.
So I have to extra educate them from the Legos. Wild busy. So I have to worry about falling, and it's a full problem.
Oh. All right. Let's get
All
going
right.
again.
Let me read.
Yep.
Yes. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm very
all right.
sorry, but please understand our situation.
Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss De Niro, is it?
Yes.
I was wondering if you might give me a chance.
A chance to do what?
A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous?
Sorry. The program does not like one of those words.
Oh,
1 second.
sure.
Let me
No.
reorder it in a way that like. You. Your point is valid. Good, sir.
Sure, good enough.
Very well. I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal.
God, I wish someone would stare at me the way Tanero looks at Alexa Edgeworth right now.
Althira, behave.
Yeah.
For real. Leash. Put that
So in
down
this
on a
case, just to be clear, the captain is a cop and we have professional play.
I have no idea what's
Am
going
I
on
wrong
in this
about any
plane.
of those back?
I have no idea. Apparently, it's okay to just restrain a passenger like this.
And this plane has tons of leg room.
Yeah.
So much
And
leg
multiple
room.
floors.
Tanero's hair is so cunt.
Yeah, kind of is, though.
Like,
Minecraft
It's like
ass
this airplane
hairstyle.
is.
yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, like, to the barber, he was like, give me the Minecraft cut. that that obsidian cut, you know?
And it's a plane with an elevator.
Yeah.
And it's fucking statues next to the elevator. That's
Okay.
the worst part.
That was the last of my random thought. This I'm lost. All right. I'm afraid you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day. So please make it quick. That's a mood.
Of
Oh,
course.
that is a service worker mood.
As you wish.
Good. Very well then. Let's get started.
I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred.
She killed him.
I swear to tell the whole truth. As a flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edging, I am certain you are the killer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Scene I saw front of the elevator. It was you. Standing mayor. With fresh blood dripping off of murder weapon.
That was a fucking wallet.
I mean, I could do that.
So if you please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land.
That's it. That's her evidence.
I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony.
I think Edgeworth has never been any closer to actually strangling a bitch.
If he wasn't restrained.
Yeah.
Once you agree, Mr. Edging.
No, really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. All right. Oh shit, wait. Mr. Nero.
What is this yelling all of a sudden?
Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Mr. Nero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
Drip, drip.
All that blood, dripping, wet. Us for calling that theme sends a chill down my spine.
Sorry. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. I love this pride. What?
Yeah,
What?
me too.
I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is?
The eye twitch.
It's a travel wallet. Right. But it looks a little big and bulky.
The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero.
What impossible.
Now then, do you still think I am the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet?
If anyone could.
It would be Miles Edgeworth.
But I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did.
As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice. Because you know, wine is not something you can say.
And then,
That's right, you mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist.
no.
There, that should clear up that pesky accusation. Huh?
Wait just a moment. That is. I mean, even a wallet could be deadly. If it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what inside.
She's trembling, and the tactile please at the end. Sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside, even you can tell from its appearance that it's light.
No. I can't be sure of anything until I see the content the wallet for myself.
She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Mr. Nero, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me.
All right. I usually don't cry in the passenger belonging. We have no choice.
Good night, Saber. Thank you for popping in.
Good night.
It seems that this passport is all that's in there. As you saw, there is nothing with a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree?
Please hear me out, Mr. Edge.
What is it now?
Well, I was wondering, whose past or is it exact? Can I take a look?
Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is...
Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. High. Which makes it the victim's property. You stole the victim's wallet. A to you.
How dare you?
You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did mistrue. The wallet for the murder weapon. But it seems I wasn't wrong who is the culprit. As you claim, the murder weapon is not the travel waller. However, it is something you stole. From Mr. Picky.
Close enough.
I find it hard to believe myself. But your motive was very... You were out to steal Mr. High Wallet, weren't you?
So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see.
You up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not spec foul play?
Yeah, okay.
Miss Cube Hair is really persistent.
Yeah, no kidding.
For real.
Also, sorry if our program ever makes things more cursed.
No worries.
No, it's fine. It's funny.
Also, Dark
Very
Persona
funny.
26, hi, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. How are you doing?
Hello.
I am Alfira Nova, normally Supernova VTuber, now restrained prosecutor on an airplane. I hope you had a good evening. If you need to go and take a rest, take some water, take a drink, take a snack,
How
go
do
on
everybody?
ahead. Thank you for dropping by. For those who do want to stay, we are playing the new Ace Attorney Investigations collection. We're currently on the second case, and we're fully voice acting the entire thing, so we'll be here for a while. I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tanero.
What is it now?
Miss Tanero, I wonder if you noticed a contradiction within your own testimony. What were you streaming, by the way?
What are you talking about?
It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at
It's
the crime
simply
scene should have
impossible
told you
the
that.
motive for this murder.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Sorry about that.
One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about the scene would prove that the motive for the murder was not the money? You know, all the money strewn around. If I may direct your attention to the things strewn all over the floor. Let me quickly give you a
Zero,
shout out as
no.
well. That's
Our world is really fun. Alfira
That's
does
right.
not wanna
Oh my
play
god, we're
with
not
me.
getting into this. That's right, the floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after. I haven't actually played Palworld. I'm not actually planning on playing it anytime soon, no.
Mate. But
I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with his killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money.
but double but the wallet.
Ah, yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks's passport. If you are really insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that it was all for an empty travel wallet.
Hi. May I forgive me, please?
Random passengers?
Who's doing the passengers?
Hey, what the heck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong? So that guy isn't the killer? Ha! Don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick.
They really want Miles Edgeworth to be guilty of this crime.
Yeah, they want to hang him
Will
right
you
here, right
all
now.
please be quiet? Mr. Nero.
Yes.
You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought that I was the killer.
Mr. Edge.
Thank you for releasing me.
What am I looking at right now?
Aegean, that's your character.
Oh,
I do not know how to pronounce this.
Figure something out real quick. Try,
they're goblin noises.
Start speaking wing.
Just make GA down.
Start speaking wingdings.
Oh shit.
What is it now?
Pretend that your goo mouth was.
Mr. Nero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged.
It sounds like Bo. I don't understand any of it. There's another intended on this flight who.
He said that he is giving the runabout. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well, see? You, the attendant.
Yes, sir.
I want this person to be under the arrest until we arrive at the airport.
He has the bot strapped in.
I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for?
What is it you want? I am finished talking to the likes of you.
Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land.
You! How dare you try to waste my time?
You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs!
I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. Yes, I am pretty sure that's how you say it in English.
Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name.
I am Zinc LeBlanc II. I am a very wealthy man in the Bourguignon. But I am not an ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty.
This dude.
Mr. Lob Love, what did you mean just now?
Pardon?
When you said that Mr. was giving me the runabout.
I have to explain? Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say.
Yes, you continue to blather on.
I saw it. Yes, I did. I saw the victim go into the elevator. Going down to the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock.
Poster on the wall.
Yeah, license to love, laugh, maim, and murder.
And what's the significance of that time?
At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6?
What is the matter, Mr. ATC?
That's a new one.
He understands, I see.
Mr. Air Traffic Control is pretty good for this case.
Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body?
Well, it was a little after the patch of turbulence. Well, it was a little after that patch.
Good enough.
Hicks was his name, was it?
It doesn't like the word turbulence.
I
Then I
see.
say that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yes?
Random passenger?
Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too. I was watching a movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice. I was still late and still haven't finished, see?
The other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. No compliant, I see. Not a single word against this, right?
I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me.
Oh, so you say. But do you have what you say, the evidence?
Edging. Did it go through?
No,
No.
we heard Mr. Edging and the rest got cut off.
Okay. Let me try one more time.
Yeah.
Mr. Edging, are you the culprit?
Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain in what you saw? Enough to give testimony?
Of course, I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little, small machine the whole time.
Machine?
Yes, that's what you people call it in English. Yes. It was making me crazy with the click, click, click.
From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer.
I believe what Mr. Love is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit.
A simple cell phone? A laptop organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget.
I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty. All it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw.
Miss Tenero,
Yes.
I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene.
What do you want to examine the pricing?
If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit.
I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that is how you say it in English.
It's Fox guarding the hen house. And I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tenero, if you wait until we arrive, there is a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then.
I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say.
Ah, this should not be approved.
Please, Mr. Love, it's an emergency. All decisions are made by the captain alone. Now please wait here while I go ask Captain about what to do. I'll be right back.
You are not planning to raise evidence when you are doing your investigation, yes?
Of course not.
Ha, we will see.
Mr. Edge, you have the captain's permission to investigate.
What? Unbelievable.
I am in your debt, Miss Tenero.
However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Can you agree to that?
Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural as I am still a suspect in this case.
I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Engine's every move. I hope this is reassuring enough. There will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edging, shall we proceed? If you should need help with anything, please feel free to use insert console command to talk.
It's time to head to the scene of the crime, the first floor lounge. I want to thank you for your help back there, Mr. Nero.
It was nothing. You should thank the pest captain for giving you. And just so everything is perfectly clear. I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one bit.
I see. I will bear that in mind.
I received an order from the Cap earlier. He wanted to know you know that. We reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making proper. And when we do, he asked that you please return to your seat at that time.
So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion,
She really
does
hates
it?
this guy.
Yeah, no kidding. I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board?
I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat. Or theirs.
You'll have to see it.
We made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, Number 1 can move between those two classes and first class without a staff card. Is this just describing capitalism? And we found no record of a key part being used at all.
Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Investigation. Now then, let's get started.
But where should we start from?
Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere.
If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes.
The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. What floors does this elevator service?
Only the first and second, although it can also go to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight key card.
So the only floors
Everything
accessible.
requires a key card.
So the only floors accessible to passengers are the first and second, huh? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Fuck.
You read it that time.
I'll read it once per case.
No. You have to read it every time.
I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight.
Whether there was an elevator on a flight. No, mister, hi. He's really dead.
Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right here.
Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yet.
I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There is blood on the back of Mr. Hicks's head. Could this be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Even his glasses are broken. Is that... No. No. What
I
is
have
this?
questions for whoever made that they're playing. I need to know.
Why there was an elevator in the plane? What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here?
And at how has so much leg grew.
Fair.
There's a full bar on this plane. Have you ever seen a plane with anything like that?
No, I have not.
To fit everything that this plane has, it would have to be, like, the size of a football field or more.
True, though. Like, that's the thing. I know double-decker planes exist, but I have no idea what they look like on the inside.
I've seen how they look on the inside. They look nothing like this.
Yeah, I thought so.
This is a double booty claim. With extra room in the back. Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mask. Not Captain Ugg.
Double booty.
It's just one of many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. They have a whole shop.
Yeah.
This bank is a limited edition and is so popular.
Oh. Guess that's it. You have an in-flight shop?
Yes. It's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment. But it was open until for the whole flight until Mr. Hicks died.
There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death.
Oh, Mr. Edging. I think I figured something out.
Yes, what is it?
The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up to the wound on its head.
Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title?
Well, do you think, Mr. Edge? Don't you think that's worth investigating?
It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon.
Oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection.
Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting. I am wondering if Elevator and Where Was the Killer could be related, but...
I think it is.
I wonder what was hanging off of this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now if I could just put my finger on it... There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope you won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. He's dead, Miles. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I would guess it was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. He has a phone in this picture. Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found.
Machine.
His cell phone missed an arrow.
Okay, so I guess because it's not here.
Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Is there anything else here? Don't think so. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence.
Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt.
Aha!
What isn't it, Mr. Edge?
I've found some very important evidence. What is the important piece of evidence in this scene?
Take that!
What is it?
They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree they are a set of footprints.
So you think?
Yes, these belong to our killer.
Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class.
I don't think that will be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match.
Me back.
Oh, I see.
Uh...
The in-flight shop is just beyond the shutters. But we don't have permission to open them. So afraid we must leave them closed.
There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. Oh.
This door leaves the flight attendant's room. Please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized people.
The room is giving off the scent of women's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great, however, to me it simply smells. Not that I have any interest in what lies beyond this door. Or interest in women, for that matter.
Absolute homosexual.
Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edge.
Huh?
Mr. Edge.
Sorry, I spaced out for a second there.
Oh, man.
No, we did check everything here.
Is
Okay.
he thinking about men?
Probably.
He's thinking about Phoenix, right?
Am I right?
This is like throwaway conversation, so I'm just quickly skipping through it. I accidentally pressed on the footprints again. Okay.
Yeah, but everyone has to be voiced.
Well, Vera, you advertised this as a fully voice-acted stream.
What if I killed all of you?
come on.
Simultaneously, that would be very
Fuck.
hard.
I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information.
That seems like a skill issue on Edgeworth's behalf, I think.
True.
So I guess I'm missing something else in that case. What or who is this?
This is a bronze statue and the founder of Go You Air Airline. Mr. Ugh, huge of. The one on the left is when he was at his 40s, and the other is of him in his 80s when he was really old.
Did the man age at all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. Do you notice anything?
I was wondering whose foot are next, but elevator.
I'd say the killers, wouldn't you say? Even if they aren't, I'm sure they're a vital clue to solving this case.
Oh, maybe there are other clues waiting to be found another place. Come on now, Mr. Edging. Let's go find them together.
A word of advice, nobody likes a credit thief, so stop stealing my lines.
She just never wants to stop talking.
Yeah, for real.
She loves talking.
I was wondering if you noticed anything, Miss Tenero.
Yes. I can't help but notice this sad atmosphere here.
Yes, it is a rather tragic crime.
I'll say, robbing the poor man after blue jam desk, talking about rubbing in the salt.
Close enough.
I can't forgive someone who would do this to a passenger of mine. I swear as a professional tight attendant. I will capture the culprit with my own hand. My big.
Huh? And I promise as a prosecutor to solve this case with logic and deduction. I should go over all the leads I've collected so far one more time. The key to solving this lies at the intersection of my logic and the evidence. Huh? Oh, I see. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. I don't think there's any connection there. Or I'm stupid.
Maybe glass is broken because he got punched in the face or something.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that the killer rode the elevator with him.
Brain, you see.
Using logic, right? No, I checked everything here.
I think you missed a line there.
Die. Mr. Nero, I'd like to ask you about investigating the lounge.
As long as you have the captain's permission, I can't stop you for looking around.
If you could pass a message along, tell him I'm grateful for his spirit of cooperation.
I will, however, please realize that you're Phil under suspicion. Phil. To be honest, I still have my doubts about you.
Of course, and I take no offense.
To be honest.
Hmm?
Do you really understand what I'm saying?
Yes, verily.
Do you pinky swear on your honor as a professional extra special prosecutor?
I pinky swear I do, on my honor as a professional prosecutor. Oh, shit, sorry.
Well, I guess that settles that then.
I feel my honor as a man slowly diminishing. What else is there? I'm actually not sure what else is there to investigate. That's the wrong button. There is some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? Yeah, we already established that. Thank you anyways. It says Goyo Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot recently and it's been bothering me greatly. But why do some brands think it's acceptable to simply smash two words together and call it a day? Grape juice stains the outer cover. True, it was I who dropped it in the juice, however, I didn't do it out of ill intentions. Anyone get any ideas?
Have
Is
you
there,
tried
like-
matching the elevator and the footsteps in the wine yet?
Can't you go upstairs?
Oh yeah. Thank you. I have it.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edge.
I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder.
What? Really?
Yes, it's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding. Or rather, the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. that someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person.
But couldn't the footprint be from Mr. High himself?
But if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless.
Which means
Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. There we go.
Good job.
What's going on over there? Wingdings.
Unforgivable! This is unforgivable! Do you understand what I am saying? The movie is late! It is the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late.
Actually, Ash, that is your character.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That's Cammy.
Cunt.
But the movie.
What? I will not talk to you anymore. You are just wasting my time.
what is the matter, Mr. Love Love? There is no emergency. Please return to you, sir.
Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you are innocent yet?
If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now.
What? Nonsense. Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken?
Not mistaken, merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more.
Fine. Suit yourself. I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed at the 6th and the 12th. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge. Yes. Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal.
Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. After all, the only other person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me.
So, my eyewitness testimony. If you think you can destroy it, then come. Let me see. Hurry! Do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you?
Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast. Um... 6 and 12 was when the turbulence was already going on, though, wasn't it? But we don't have any evidence for that, I think.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct?
Oh, you noticed. It is a very expensive antique. I will have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand.
It does look very well designed and quite classy.
I will have to charge you if you want to touch it.
That's quite alright. Let's continue with your testimony.
What a cheap man you are. Now return the time you wasted back to me. And if you must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock.
Ba-ba-bum. He certainly has a lot of confidence in his testimony. If push comes to shove, I may need to press him for more information. Okay.
Really, the contradiction would be the only person in the lounge and the footprints in the.
I mean, I can't prove that it's not my shoes. Currently.
Sounds like a skill issue.
It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15.
And that's when I found the two of them as well.
You see, it all matches my testimony.
I could try. Yeah, no. Your testimony just now in this piece of evidence.
Ah, I cannot believe how much time I have spent here. You will pay for this time with your piece of evidence.
No, stop. This is an invaluable piece of evidence.
If you do not know how to use it, then give it to me. I will try to use it for you.
I know how to use it just fine, thank you. I simply made a tiny error. That is the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of.
He's not talk to me.
No, no, no. Your silly opinion is what is mistaken.
Please pound down the both of you. In a sense, you are both mistaken.
Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what is. Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time?
Of course, I saw what was inside.
And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes, the only person inside was that Mr. Hicksman.
This last outburst is a bit too important to let go. Oh yeah, because we established that the killer was probably inside of the elevator with him. Mr. LeBlanc.
What is it?
There is a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, at the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and? Will you admit you also spilled it with the blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
The footprints?
Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? Mm-hmm.
Can you please translate for us?
Ash?
Oh, is that me?
Yeah.
Sorry. No way. That's totally impossible. I guess is what he said.
No way, that is totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw my own eyes.
If you know, if you want to know what I think, Mr. Edge. I don't think Mr. Love is lying to us.
I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please just once more will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me?
I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me, and I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one!
Mr. Love, if you please come calm down.
What? Dare you two have an issue with my eyewitness testimony?
No. Not at all. Please forget I said anything.
Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth.
Hold it!
So, are you still upset now?
I am always upset. The only time I am not is when I have a piece of art in my hands.
Okay, buddy. It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him.
But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me.
Hold it!
Why were you so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable was happening.
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time. In money, you understand the point.
Movie. Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? A summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting.
They were supposed to show licenses to love, maim, and murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong. I matched the schedule. But the movie was still late. Very, very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it, if that's alright. All time shown correspond to our departure time zone. Meanwhile, motherfucker said it's watch to destination time.
Kind of a goober.
Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony.
I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board.
Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination.
Yes, and the correct time is worth its 6 cents.
I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Miss De Niro, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now?
Well, we made a short.
Just a short?
Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't like the word transfer.
All right. That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Zhengfa.
But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now, we are still running on board time.
What?
The time difference between Virginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule.
What?
Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m.
Ah! My 1,000,000 cents!
This should clear up all of the remaining accusations.
So this basically widened the time. For the time of death. Right.
Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is, where was Mr. Higgs during that span of time, and what was he doing?
I've got something to say.
And you are?
Yeah, oh. I'm Cammy Meal. I'm a flight attendant.
And what is it you wish to say?
Is that a portmanteau of chamomile?
Yeah.
Well, I think your story is a little different from how I remember it.
What do you mean, Cam Tam?
I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know.
What? How can you be so sure of the time?
Oh, that's right. He pushes call button. While we were parked.
Ah, the stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in Zhengfa, correct?
Yes. It was problem. 4 to 5 a.m. for you, the clock box.
And during that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did any new ones board this flight?
Now. Not a single person got off or in spa.
What about the flight crew?
The few who are handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily got on or off. But eventually, everyone including Cam and myself, came back on the plane.
So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind.
Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you, Mr. Ackby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m.
All right, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m.
Okay. Now, what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth?
I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zhangfa. Ah!
You were here the whole time from 5, yes.
This keeps getting worse for him.
And you are the only one who could be the killer.
Mr. Edging.
Guys,
Yeah.
I think I'm
Were you
gonna
really
have to
here
go.
in the
I'm
lounge
really
the entire
sleepy.
time from 5 a.m. onwards?
Is our gumshoe leaving us?
I'm sorry. I'm really EP.
Unfortunately, yes. How dare he?
I'm sorry, guys.
Can we take a tiny break? Just need to grab some.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break.
Need some meds.
Yeah. We'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we can...
Also take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks for tuning up.
We'll take a quick 5-minute break, so everyone can grab a snack or some water or whatever, and then we'll return.
Alrighty.
Yee.
All right.
Back soon.
See everybody in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. We were with Rhoda when we left off.
Apologies if the program ever messes up. We're still working with it.
That's
and we don't
completely
have
fine.
the highest quality mic. So it's some fun bunch things. It does lead to a lot of cursed pronunciation.
That's the charm.
I think so too.
Also, I'm sorry my PNG just disappeared. I had to restart stuff.
That's okay.
All right. Where were
So
we?
how far into this case do you think we are?
Let me see. Oh shit. Accidentally clicked.
Just curious.
I think we're reaching the halfway point though. Yeah, we're reaching
It's
halfway.
not that obvious.
Oh, nice.
On a scale of 1 to Alfira, how gay is Edgeworth? That's reaching Alfira levels, I think.
This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge.
So for
Waited to
halfway,
kill
it's
him.
probably another hour or two, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing another... yeah, 2 hours probably.
Okay. Just trying to figure out pacing for my voice.
Yeah, no worries.
Cycling like, you know, better allocate take claims.
Mhm.
Voice.
Like about halfway
then-
through, Rhoda also just doesn't have that many lines anymore, I believe, so... Yeah, sorry, continue.
And then he put the corpse into the
Oh,
elevator.
got it. Very front heavy.
That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken. But what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter. Because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
Everything happened in this lounge. Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
Do you have another idea?
I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge? I mean, the fact that it's in a fucking elevator, maybe? Right?
The murderer is in the elevator too.
Oh, yeah. Whoops.
I don't need to hear your wild desperation stories. Grasping for weeds, I think is how you say it. Yes.
I didn't mean to pull that piece out. It was a simple slip of the hand, I assure you. I guess the murder weapon, yeah.
Take that!
I'm stupid, I'm sorry. The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and it's not displayed here in this lounge. How, then, did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious?
Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. It doesn't prove you are innocent at all.
Is there no way to win with this man? I love when, like, minor characters come in with the hold it. Hello?
Calibration.
Oh.
May I interject?
What is it?
UUC. Well, it's just as Mr. Edge said.
Oh, and why do you know this so well?
Well, it's just that. Piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw with my own eyes.
And when was this?
It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.
Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence?
That's right.
You were in the shop just before the turbulence.
Yes, I was.
Come to think of it. Miss De Niro, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door.
Yes, I did.
And what is beyond that door?
That's the light attendance room.
And then you were on the first floor.
Yes. Very much yes. I had to do something in the shop. And in the flight attendance room. So I went to the shop first, and then the flight attendant room.
Are you saying you passed by me at some point?
Yes. You seemed really into the issue Sky magazine you're reading at the... I don't suppose he knows me walking by.
I notice. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was.
Anyway. The piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there.
Why did you go to the shop in the first place?
I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes. The upkeep of the shop is also one of my possibility.
Why did you not say anything about that until now, is what I want to know.
In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well.
Shall we head over there then?
What is it now?
Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop?
No. I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right.
Aw. That's weird.
What is?
Well, I just talked to the captain, you see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Nero?
It means she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet, here you are.
You, flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us?
The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way.
Mr. Nero, why would you do such a thing?
Please excuse me.
Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on.
There's something about Mr. Nero that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Oh.
You sleep.
Yeah, she's knocked out cold. Also, holy fucking shit, Ash. I couldn't keep it together with your voice for Cammy, I'm sorry. I fucking love it.
It's just what came to mind when I saw
Now
this
then,
character.
Mr. Edgeworth. Cat Snable! Her voice is doing things to me! Ash, you're making my chat horny.
I have that effect on people. It's okay.
Uh-huh. So this is
But
the
when is
in-flight
that
shop.
not the case?
I am very much...
Chat mirroring streamer.
Yeah, I'm very well known for making my chat horny. That is true, but... It's quite a mess in here.
You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Teehee.
Hold on, you can't clean up a potential crime scene.
Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much.
I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Something my chat could learn something from. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. There is a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. Even you're having trouble? Well... Edgeworth is gay as fuck, I'd go crazy. Lynn, Edgeworth being gay should not be an issue for you. You're a lesbian. I'm very calm, I'll let you know. Catsnable, you are not calm whatsoever. What are these?
Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it.
Detecting only lies from your chat.
My chat! Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try, then buy.
No way. But either way, it doesn't really matter.
True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane?
I would. Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Captain Uggo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you?
They're certainly making something jump inside my stomach.
Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling your refined tastes.
Hmm.
You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay?
But I never showed any sign of interest to begin with.
It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda.
Miss Tenero designed this.
Yeah, it was a company-wide contest.
Oh, well, it does have a very sharp design sense.
Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe? I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so... bleh.
Mr. Nero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Ah!
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation. This airplane is not OSHA certified.
I mean, a man's dead, so... Oh, shit. Here, I'll put it back.
Chat is unchanged, and this airplane is on fire.
I mean, the issue with Edgeworth is his taste, Phoenix, right? I think you could have worse tastes than Phoenix, right? Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Meal is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap.
You know, Phoenix would say objection to that.
They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly.
How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed.
Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? The glass from the display case's door is shattered all over the floor, and it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat? Aw.
Aw.
Is that from the statue by any chance?
It could be.
Oh, maybe.
Uh,
I mean,
I'm just
all
gonna
the
try it, really.
buses-
Yeah.
The flight attendant is real fishy.
Why did she
Yeah.
lie?
Meanwhile, I have the best day, Scary Tornado in the clown outfit, but with the black hair.
So,
That is arguably good taste, yeah. The fucking clown lady with the balloon costume.
he has the wildest outfit. That character has such a wild outfit.
She does, but
Wait,
I like her. Yeah, there we go.
No, no, not saying it's bad.
The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see.
I'm just saying it's kind of funny, especially when you imagine that this was a DS game for, like, a lot of teenagers.
Yeah. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display
Did
case.
seeing Cam make you gay?
It probably didn't help, no. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it?
really?
Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in the shop.
Well, I don't. Mr. Rhoda's in charge of this place. So, come on, how should I know anything?
I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed.
That smug ass smile that she does is so.
I love it. Yeah, nooks and crannies, you know how it is.
No,
I
I
need to just do something here, and I actually have no idea what.
Oh, look at the little.
I mean, now with HD sprites, you can clearly
Look
see
at the
stuff
little
probed through the
nesting doll
universe.
there. Is the little business guy corner there?
I'm guessing it's just that the. Yeah. There is definitely something very unusual about this.
But what?
If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Ugo bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it be like that.
However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case,
Nope. No, there isn't.
which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor.
I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time too.
That's nice.
Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Ugo bank from here after the turbulence.
Damn, this Miles Edgeworth guy's pretty clever. Do I have to voice this? Or?
Sure. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen when I'm talking.
What?
But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon.
So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? it's a fake?
Yes, at this point, that is a very real possibility.
But then, what if when the killer went to take Captain Uggo, they broke the glass by accident?
The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, but there's one person who could have.
Oh, and who would that be?
Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything.
Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh? Oh.
So, this voice is giving me a headache.
What?
I'm like having like tense a very specific part of my throat to make it happen. It's giving me an insane headache.
Please don't hurt yourself.
It's worth it for the bit. I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever.
So what do you think about what has happened regarding this case?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer though, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can assure you that I'm here in the shop to prove just the opposite.
Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around, you know? So, don't forget that, okay?
How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep?
Well, you know what'd really show your thanks? You see that item for sale over there?
Sorry, but you're going to have to make do with my words of appreciation. Do we present anything to her, maybe?
Why is she so eepy?
The Eeper.
That was the design brief for the role.
I don't know if this is actually going to be something, but I want to try anyways. Oh, there we go.
Yo.
Yes, there is definitely something wrong here.
What's with the sudden yelling?
Tell me, Miss Meal, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases?
Oh, well, sure. They totally ooze strange. Like the color and the such.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention.
Ah, you're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper.
Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess they take after their creator.
Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous.
Hehe. I wonder how Ms. Rhoda would have reacted if she heard what you just said. What's wrong?
She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right. What is so unusual about the suitcase? It doesn't have the wheels over here.
Take that!
Oh. I guess not. What? So, am I stupid, or...
Do you click the other side where there isn't one? Or...
Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to click the other one, apparently. This fucking game, dude. Yeah. There's something very peculiar about these wheels, which I already clicked on the other one, but apparently that doesn't count because this game is fucking stupid.
That's kind of annoying. Huh? As in?
As in, there are no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying.
And?
And so, it is very likely that the suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? Hello? Oh. It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood.
Ah, it's blood.
It appears that the suitcase is very strongly tied to our murder after all. Woo!
Nice. Good job, team. So, explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder?
I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used the suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps?
But aren't you just talking about the cloth then?
That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is the fucking body. Something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it?
But...
In light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location.
So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it?
Exactly. What is it?
Nothing. Just that I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? It was Rhoda. I wasn't sure.
Oh, okay.
I want to give you a bit more time. But I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince passes. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edge. But the captain feels say he has allowed you ample time. He says that he appreciated if you could wrap it up a tier and return to seats.
I understand his sentiments. However, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course.
If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edging.
Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together.
I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. And I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light.
Oh shit.
I think that's the halfway part, yeah.
Cool.
Do we quickly take a break for people, or is everyone still good to go?
I might need a little bit more water, if that's okay.
Perfect, yeah.
Just took meds, so I am fully dialed in.
All right, we'll take a quick break so I can run some
I
ads
am
and
the
so
most
people...
dialed, and I'll be there.
So people can grab some water, and we'll be back.
I'm really scared that if I keep doing this voice for Cammy, I'm gonna get stuck speaking like that. I'll be speaking like this for the rest of my life.
That would be amazing.
I mean, my chat is enjoying it, so.
Fuck, if the chat like it, sure.
All right, quick minute break,
Alright.
and then we'll be back.
Yeah, sure. All right. See you in a bit.
Just switch to being an ASM streamer.
Okay, we're back.
Hi.
I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks
the
to
highest
Miss...
honor that a chat can give is the Step on Me award.
That is true. And thanks to Mr. Nero and his meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Mr. Nero in private. So I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. That is Franziska.
Oh shit. Okay. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth.
Okay. That works. Franziska? I thought you were still in Germany.
I go where I am needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught. Is this okay?
It's more than okay. Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are.
Don't you try to flatter me. Miles Edgeworth, I'm placing you under arrest.
What?
Oh my god. It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame?
Wait, that has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim.
A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death.
Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man?
I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I've investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then.
That's as it should be.
Ha! I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for.
Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together?
I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town.
Trust me, I had no intention to.
Detective Gumshoe.
Who was going to do
shit.
Gumshoe? Aegean?
I can do it.
Sure.
Gian.
Yes, sir.
Too slow. Oh my
Ow!
God. Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up. Understand?
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him?
A simple yes or no, detective.
Ah! Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me.
Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay.
Thank you, Detective.
I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this.
I have to admit I'm a bit curious as to what Franziska is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case, I have a few questions for you. So how is the initial investigation going?
We just shipped the body off to the coroner's officer. And we're taking statements now, sir.
That sounds like Franziska. She was always good at quick responses to a case.
I'd say she was a little too quick, sir.
Oh, how so?
I rushed it over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kinda creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something, and had come in advance to wait your flight's arrival.
That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this.
Miss Von Karma just kinda popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident.
No details.
It's kinda top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir.
Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective Gumshoe. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine.
Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate.
Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Nom 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 nom. In Soviet Russia, world flags lunchboxes eat you.
Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, we've got to get him some water.
Found it, lol. Ooh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000, lol. For my next lead movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai, warrior of New Old Tokyo, versus the world samurai champion of Earth. It's gonna rock through so many boxers.
Phew, good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie.
Completely ignoring me as usual.
Oh, Gumshoe.
So that's a character from the first game.
Oh, okay. Oh god, am I gonna have to voice both of these people back to back?
Gotta love that that guy's in charge of Edgeworth's favorite thing. What are you talking about?
So, you must be the captain.
Why, yes I am, and who might you be?
I am the prodigy prosecutor, Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Oh god.
Good luck.
Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman? I'll never forgive you if you do.
What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person.
Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir?
He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I like to leave that type of witness to Franziska and her whip.
Oh, thank god, okay. Is she allowed to do that? Isn't that, like, a crime?
Franziska is allowed to do anything.
I mean...
Yeah, to you as well. I'm guessing that's gonna be in sync.
Now see here! Ah! Sorry, I'm sorry! How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you!
Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend.
Okay.
Did you finish taking the statement yet?
Yup, all done, sir. I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back! If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay!
Art? What sort of art?
Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts.
Fall costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. It kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. Hello? Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me?
Oh, it's Burgundian cloth.
As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose.
Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous. Orders come from over the seas for more.
Okay. Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier?
No, no, no. My cargo this time is much, many gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of your police, it is no good. It is no good that attendant refuses to exit the attendant's room too.
That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Mr. Nero. What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken into the attendant's room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her.
Why is Mr. Nero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time?
Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Mr. Nero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room.
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking. But you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect.
The likeliest suspect, Franziska?
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend?
Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast.
She's pretty cool.
So let me quickly read her testimony again, because I was distracted.
Why?
The scene of the crime was here in the very lines of... I mean, that wasn't entirely true, right? Because...
Oh, you had the footsteps as well coming from the elevator.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's relevant.
Likeliest suspect, huh? What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't yet know. About the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in our logic one hole at a time. Oh yeah, wait, the scene of the crime wasn't here because we got the suitcase. It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all.
And what does that mean?
I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used the suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Now, who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions?
Excuse me?
All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth.
I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily.
You should know better than that. Avon Karma is perfect in every way.
Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
As if there's proof of that.
Where is the proof that the suitcase was moved around? The fucking tracks.
The spilled grape juice in front of the elevator.
Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where is the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? Do we really have to point this out? This mark here, wouldn't you say that it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels?
I suppose.
Further, there is also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here.
I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear, not by a long shot. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge, where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence, and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
I already found a contradiction in that one. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly.
Just what are you insinuating?
That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in your logic in one fell swoop.
Edgeworth is just so like that.
He really is, though.
He's him.
The piggy bank was stuck in the display case. So
Oh.
It only fell out after the turbulence. Is she gonna whip us back into shape?
I hope so.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Clown to clown communication.
Uh-huh. The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared.
Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master.
But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix?
A fake?
Since you're so thirsty, yeah, thank you for that. This Captain Ugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon.
What?
The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred.
But then, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that?
I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from on the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Agby Hicks.
You there!
Yes, ma'am.
Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found?
We didn't find anything in his lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood.
I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end.
But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir.
If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I'd think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth.
Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
There is one more possibility.
And that would be?
That the piggy bank is, in fact, the real murder weapon.
But didn't we just...
Let me finish! The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence. By opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say it's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see. So that means that the killer had the key to the display case.
Franziska, the person you're talking about...
Not so fast. I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying! Speaking of which, I recall that you also wished to speak with her.
Yes.
Very well. Permission granted. But only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other?
I have no intention of interrogating her. But you're welcome to accompany me if you so wish.
Miss Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that?
I am playing.
Miss Tenero.
Mr. Edge. You're here too.
Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did?
All right.
That's Gumshoe. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that?
Because I didn't think I would be able to get.
What do you mean?
captain, he only has ears for Tanham.
I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal.
Yes. And on top of that, I had accused Mr. Ed a killer. I wanted to make an amend.
In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges.
Really? You were able to prove your innocence. Oh, thank goodness.
Miss Tenero, is it? There is one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly.
Yes. I was.
And why were you there?
Well,
Why the sudden hesitation? Franziska seems to have struck a nerve.
all I did was go check up on the shop, like I all do.
You're saying it was for work, then?
Yes. I'm in charge of the shop. Keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise.
After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct?
Yes. I came back to pressure it up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else, Powell.
Miss Tenero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. Suitcase? If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero.
Oh, that suitcase.
Yes, about this suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else out about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it?
There's nothing you won't find out about eventually, is there?
Won't you please tell me more about the suitcase?
Yes. Well, it ugly in. I was interested in seeing how these two cases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care, but I know I did a bad job.
Real.
but I really wanted to know. Something so ugly survived. And I was glad to see that it was the last one there.
Huh? The last one there. So you're saying, Mr. Nero, that the suitcase in question was the last one?
There is only one tacky one left.
But there were two left.
Yes. They're just so popular. They're practically flying off the shelves. They are really popular with women in their 50s. Who like tacky fans.
That's not exactly the impression I got.
The one in the shop is most definitely the last of its kind.
Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase.
Really? We guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. And killing them off like the dinosaurs.
I didn't say anything about buying it.
Then say you'll buy it.
I'm sorry, I can't.
But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edge. It really suits you. Let out your inner Karen. I guarantee it personally as a service professor.
Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous.
What?
Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on. My issue with the suitcases isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining.
Remaining also, my grandma loved the design. So you're just wrong.
There were two suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it.
Two, but that's impossible. I'm sure there is only one left. Begging for the sweet release of death.
Francisco?
Sorry, hang on. Ahem. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction.
When I left the shop, I'm positive. There's only one suitcase slack.
Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Mr. Nero, what is one of those suitcases doing here?
That.
I thought you said there was only one left.
That one is. It's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. You have to believe in the product.
She's used it for a long time. I think not. Mr. Nero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. So the fucking price tag is still on there.
It looks like a Cruelty Squad asset.
Yeah, for real. Tell me, Mr. Nero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase?
But.
What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase?
Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Mr. Nero, I think I understand. I know what you are trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought the suitcase was... It was you, wasn't it, Mr. Nero? I hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right?
Then, the reason you went to the shop and came back here was...
I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my Ta design was chosen.
Mofusofu, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good time.
I thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something.
But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because... Oh, sorry.
It's because of the design, isn't it? It's all because, as you put it, hideous.
I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either.
We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust, reminding me of my trump. I felt so bad teeing them there. Day in and day out. Like the endless cycle I'm in. So I decided to buy one for every why I work to at least have some sense of time passing.
You buy one every single time you work a flight?
I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well.
Yes. And here is my receipt for that purchase.
This receipt is clearly time-stamped 5:40 a.m.
The truth is, there's still a bunch of them blacked on soul like the dreams I've never achieved.
It's getting really real.
They're planning to scrap the remaining ones to the end of this like.
Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases? Ow. The program
They
is
should be
becoming
balled down
unhinged.
in the cargo hold. Where we keep everything we don't want to think about.
Oh god. Then the suitcase the killer used.
Could very well have come here from the cargo hold.
Mr. Edge, you don't think that the killer used one of my suit?
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. At least they have some use.
Don't be mean.
How could they? They might be tacky, but they shouldn't be used for murder. Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips, a brief reminder of their life.
So ugly, nobody
But
wants
all
to
I
look
ever
at them
wished
or
them to be. A brief reminder to be discarded.
Miss Tenero, is
That's
there
fucking cold.
any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator?
The only other way is just through that door there.
And what about security?
The door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room. You need special key cards that all crew members have access to because they've given up their souls to capitalism.
Oh no.
Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects.
I can't believe it.
Yes, Franziska?
Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name.
And what do you mean by that?
The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story.
Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their key card.
Miles Edgeworth! You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct?
Yes, that's the only realistic possibility.
That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier, and she had this to say.
Franziska got information out of Miss Meal.
In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required.
A different one?
Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you.
But.
What? Is this true, Miss Tenero?
Yes. I keep that key card in my locker at all times,
Could you please show us that card right now?
along with my lack of. Yes. Hold on. I don't believe it.
What's wrong?
The key card. It's gone. Like my dignity.
Ha ha ha. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. God, she's so dramatic.
Wait. Wait. It's not like bad.
You can tell us what it's... Oh, wait. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edge.
What's wrong?
Sorry for making that so Mel.
What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face.
Franziska, I know that you're the lead investigator on this case. However,
Hold it! Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise.
Damn, just copying her. Okay. Oh my god, how much more of this is left?
We're to the ending part now.
Oh, okay.
So, do people need a break, or is everyone still good to go? Or does anyone need to go eat?
All good.
I think I'm all good, yeah.
Aegean?
Same here.
I
Alright.
had a lot of fun messing with that dialogue. I hope that
was
wasn't
so
a
good.
problem.
No, that was fucking great.
good.
Amazing.
I decide to make her like a woman at a dead end. Life.
I mean, it's basically what she is, huh?
Wow. So this is the cargo hold, huh?
Oh,
It's so big.
bro's just excited to be here.
This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and extra luxurious first class seating.
So is this the real scene of the murder?
There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct?
Okay, let's get investigating, sir.
Let's go. My bed calls for me. All right, Catsnable, good night. But it's the final part. Yeah, exactly. So stay. It's only like probably an hour more.
Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair.
I don't remember how long this part is. These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after that flight is over.
This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy.
Of course you
Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness.
You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200? I think I'll pass.
And Miss Tenera wonders why they don't sell. You'd need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments. I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses.
And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses.
Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here just as I suspected.
So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir?
Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now?
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. That's not a thing, never mind. I didn't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo.
This thing's as tall as 2 of you on top of each other, sir.
It would probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity.
What, really? Yeah, I guess that sounds about right.
There's really no need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, Detective. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew.
This sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir.
By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so.
She was so sweet.
Aww.
He deserves to be protected.
Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal?
It's what the victim checked in, sir. So the suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look.
There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir.
Wait, a file?
And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir.
It looks like a profile on Franziska. Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder.
Yes, I was.
Oh, it's only a piece of logic, currently.
I've been following a very large and involved governmental level in international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So, it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol.
Interpol is involved?
It's a top-secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have.
Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska?
Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir.
Franziska said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation.
Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her.
Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was in actuality Interpol agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you?
Nonsense. What are you talking about?
We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct?
I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they got to him first.
So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then?
Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead.
I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold.
But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Ow!
Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Franziska, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation?
No, unfortunately I was going to find out from him after he landed.
I see, but this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Franziska?
Oh shit, sorry. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in.
Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that, and then...
The killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and...
They entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks's body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor.
Nice. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage.
What? Really, sir?
I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is that the key card that allows the elevator to come down here, the only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you?
I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. Although I have no idea where the flaw in this testimony lies currently. Timestamp says 40.
Oh, because we know she bought the suitcase, right?
Maybe. Does that prove it? I don't know. There's also the issue of the keycard being gone, but again, we don't have any evidence for that. Why would such important things like the keycard be entrusted to only one person?
According to Camille, Rhoda Tenero is in charge of most of the important stuff.
Then what exactly is Miss Meal in charge of?
Chatting it up with that foolish captain, apparently. She was being so foolishly foolish that I didn't want to ask her what her other duties were. Foolishly foolish?
I understand how you feel, but whipping me just now was uncalled for.
For sure.
Yeah, maybe.
In the end, the only one who could have let Agent Hicks into the hold was Rhonda Tenero.
There's not a single flaw in Franziska's reasoning. However, there must be something I can work with that I can draw out of her, so we do have to press first. But it's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Miss Tenero.
It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father?
Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence, I...
Be quiet! You're a disgrace! There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tenero, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away.
Are you talking about the murder weapon? The Captain Ugo piggy bank?
Yes, she is also the only person with a key to open that display case. Why is she so angry?
But we already established that the piggy bank fell out of the case. But once again, I don't think we have any evidence of that.
We know she's angry because she's holding the whip. And when you hold the whip, it activates something.
That is true.
I'm not gonna comment on that.
Hold it!
But that is a fake.
Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon, and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as a murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? I would guess the crime scene.
Crime.
I think we should examine the crime scene in more detail. I think we got it wrong. We might turn up the murder weapon if we search all of the cargo and luggage.
Did you think I hadn't thought of that? Even now we're searching through them. But we haven't found anything that even closely resembles a murder weapon.
Alright then. I suppose we should examine something else. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the murder weapon?
Presumably the piggy bank itself, right?
Or the body.
Oh yeah, true.
Franziska, I think you were too quick to jump
The
to your
body.
conclusions.
Oh, was I?
Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon?
Scruffy!
Yes, sir.
Contact the medical examiner's office at once! I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy.
Yes, sir.
I think someone should contact HR about this woman.
We've got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
She would have so many HR violations.
Oh, she
Right?
would, yeah.
Holy
But
shit.
then again, she would just whip the HR representative.
Yeah.
And chances are the HR representative is just a gigantic sub, so yeah, that's the end of that. What is it, detective?
They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this
Hadn't
one
pondered
thing
that
for
angle.
sure.
Report now.
The doc said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back. He was beaten over such a wide area.
Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir.
Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean?
Well, that's...
Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective?
Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir.
You're completely useless!
Yeah!
Actually, if you want to take this one, Petunia. I'm not actually sure if we see Rhoda again.
One second. Let me do that.
Yep.
Gives me a chance to have some water.
Mm-hmm.
Shouting into the mic.
Sir, I told you already. You can't go down there.
That's gonna be Zinc, I'm pretty sure.
No, you remove yourself from my way.
What is all that racket? Yeah.
My luggage, my cargo, they're mine and I demand you return them to me.
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience.
I suppose there is no choice.
Finally, I think he gave hay. What are you doing?
You have left me no choice but to use strong force. Ah!
Oh my fucking god, this dude.
You won't get past me.
This is... Wait, that's it. So that's what this whole thing has been about.
Did I read that out?
Sure.
Further, there is the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
Locke said that it's one giant bruise from a beating down his shoulder down to his mid-back.
That's gonna be wrong. Oh, no, never mind. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there is extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration.
What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here?
Franziska,
What do you want?
I found it, Franziska. I found a real murder weapon.
You did?
He really jumped.
We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time.
He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs.
There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit.
This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across.
Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence.
You two aren't listening at all, are you?
Come on, then. Show me this real murder weapon you speak of.
Do I actually have it? Can I show it?
Oh,
I don't-
I think I know.
Yeah, what do you think?
the picture of the dude where he still has his cell phone. Because that's in the cargo bay.
Is that in the cargo bay? No, that's in a museum.
Oh.
You might be correct, though. No, you're not. I have concluded that this is
I
the real
need a
weapon,
best
I
guess.
suppose.
What is this supposed to mean, you fool?
That was practice just now for when I would show you the real murder weapon.
Smooth, Edgeworth. Why don't we add practice whippings to your routine as well?
Yes, please. I mean, what? I need to think about the circumstance of the victim's death in a different way. There's a wide bruise running from the victim's shoulder down to his mid-back. Maybe I should be focusing on what could cause such a large bruise in one strike.
Come on, then. Show me this real murder. Oh, wait, that's already. Sure.
I don't have any
Is it
evidence
the
to show you.
suitcase?
Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me! What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show?
Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I have figured out what was the real cause of death. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a
Free
result.
fall.
In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground.
He fell?
Fell to his death.
Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death.
But the murder happened inside this plane.
I know.
Are you claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from?
As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time.
You can't mean...
Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold.
What? Then... We're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey, you! Tell me your own death, Belle. Quiet! Why are you screaming? He's alive!
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that.
I suppose it's true that it's not possible given the current circumstances.
The current circumstances. What is that supposed to mean?
Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then?
He would have been a Virginian pancake for sure, sir.
I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there. So there's no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios.
It may be there now, but there is no proof that it was always there.
Ha! As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there.
Ah, but there was.
What?
What can I use to show her that it's possible the box is not always where it is now?
Oh, I figured it out.
Take that!
You're refueled in the Republic of Zhengfa.
Yes. This flight had a short layover in Zhengfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question.
Oh, it's labeled Zhangfa Express.
Correct. Meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhengfa. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time?
It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of this flight.
Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible.
But your theory is still very far-fetched.
Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail.
Can you all give me a minute? I need to get some water.
Yep.
Alright, I'll be 2 seconds.
I'm actually going to grab some water as well.
Yo, water break?
Water break. Alright, whoops, there we are. Okay. This is a rather large piece of cargo.
There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Alien
Sorry
Red
about that.
Statue. Never heard of that.
Cat attacked internet again.
Oh.
Oh no.
Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime.
Then
Ow.
let's get investigating, sir.
Oh boy.
Look here! Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission! Don't rush up on me like that, pal.
So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc?
Of course it is mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. This Alive red statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much, much more.
Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been large cargo hold.
10 million cents.
I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packs of noodles that makes, Detective.
Darn, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year.
Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression it continues to madly spin in place.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars?
Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there is a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching.
What happens if I show him the picture?
Why do you show me something of no value? Show me the bread first and maybe we will talk.
Wait, he wants me to pay him before he'll comment on this? Okay. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Zhengfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake.
What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here.
Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say?
It says as plain as day. The cargo was put on the plane in Europe.
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in this certificate.
No, that's...
Which means that there never was a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there.
I respectfully disagree, but can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see I am right.
This... I know I've seen this somewhere before.
This is the Alive red. It gives us such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it.
I believe a closer look is warranted here. So, this is the infamous Olive Red statue.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something?
There is something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think?
Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir.
I don't think you see what I'm talking about.
No, I do. But it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I felt ill.
I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo?
Huh? Ah, sir, they're red!
As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc,
What do you want? Do you not know I am a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds of your answer.
the Olive Red, I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not?
It is the biggest trophy of this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab his chair, sir. Sounds like this is gonna be a long story.
Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but
What is that? Sympathy? For what?
you'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes.
That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you.
I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo.
Why the sudden yelling? Now then. Oh! It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe.
That was a game moment.
Ah!
Very gay moment. Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake.
A fake!
I believe that even further examination will be required now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Zhengfa, and I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Oh. I'm not entirely confident that there is a contradiction here. What do you think, detective?
Well, I think it's really suspicious looking, sir. My well-trained gut tells me so.
I see. Well then, I must be mistaken.
How come when I answer confidently you take that to mean, well, of course, sir?
Wait, but is...
But
That's-
that's gotta be it, right?
That's gotta be it, right? Because if it was loaded on in Europe, then why is it on top of the Zhengfa?
Is it the sauce? The claw, like a piece of.
Wrong evidence. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. There is clearly a contradiction here.
What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of a cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. That's not possible.
But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo is brought on board in Zhengfa, there is no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhengfa.
But then what about the cargo certificate?
Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There is only one reason why, to secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight.
So you say, but I don't believe you had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed.
That may be true, however, you have it backwards, Franziska. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found a fake at the airport, it would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Okay.
I guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh?
Yes, while this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board.
Photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zhengfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler.
Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe Zhengfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death.
Officer! Move this statue immediately! I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath, now!
Who's voicing forensic?
You can do it. Sorry.
Miss Karma, I'm ready to report my finding.
Go on.
After moving the statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with Lou, and there was a reaction.
I see.
Oh, sorry.
I see. There was a reaction to the luminol, an indication that there was blood in that spot.
Can we stop looking at it now, sirs?
It would seem that my deductions were correct after all.
I suppose it would appear that way.
The culprit cleaned the blood up well.
And how do you think the killer did that?
How did the killer clean up all the blood? With a piece of Virginian cloth. The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess.
I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zhengfa.
Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover.
So, you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhengfa?
There is no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder, but if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Zhengfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Recall Miss Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Zhengfa.
Oh, yeah. Do I have to voice that?
Yeah.
I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. God, I don't even remember what voice I did for.
Valley Girl. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but...
That totally contradicts the facts, sir.
But why would she lie about something like that?
I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Mail herself.
Oh, Christ.
There's
Am I
another
gonna have
part?
to voice both? In the same scene?
Hope you're prepared.
Oh god, I'm not prepared at all.
Good fucking luck.
Thanks, I'll need it. Oh, she's sleepy.
Miss Meal. Miss Meal,
Murder
Yeah.
takes a lot of energy.
Tell me about it.
do you recall what you said earlier, huh? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Zhengfa?
Huh?
You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at the time. However, that is simply not possible, because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa.
Oh.
Miss Cammy Meal.
Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did?
No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Meal.
But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction.
Very well. Miss Meal, if you please tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found.
Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Ezra? He's so sleepy. Oh, yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self.
How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up! She fell asleep again. It looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her.
Is she okay?
No, she's very... Thank you for the follow, the Great Potato Man.
Yo.
Miss Meal, wake up.
I'm awake. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant!
Why ask me to wake her up when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use?
That's a really fair thing.
If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class in the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda.
Then what were you doing in the attendance room at that time?
Eating and then having a most delicious dream.
You mean you were neglecting your duties?
No way. Sleeping's part of my job too, you know.
Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up!
I'm like... Wow.
Yeah? What did you whip me for, sir?
Oh, what did I miss?
A poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead.
Really? Sorry about that.
You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony. So you were alone the entire time, were you?
Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi.
Oh? Well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Miss Meal, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony.
Huh? What are you talking about?
It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. because of this hideous fucking suitcase. I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal.
A receipt? For what?
It's for the suitcase Miss Tenero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m., Miss Tenero.
Miss Tenero jump scare?
Miss Tenero jump scare? Didn't actually expect her to show up again.
We did not give Petunia adequate time to prepare.
No. Sorry.
1 second swapping voice.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have locked her up by now.
I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Mr. Nero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct?
Yes. I went to the shop to buy suitcase. After which, I went straight to the tenant's room to drop it off.
And did you see Miss Meal there at the time?
No.
So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Gammy Meal.
Huh? The bathroom?
I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I really just missed her. Nature calls, you know.
Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true.
But it's the truth. Cross my heart.
I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage.
You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out? Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you'd think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard and the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Please leave Miss Tenera out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now.
I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda.
Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I?
Never mind. But you want to know something? That Miss Rhoda actually kind of like.
Miss Meal, I am a raging homosexual. I have no interest in that woman.
I have absolutely no interest in people who can appreciate my fence design. I know, welcome Cam, that you're just walking uniform violation.
For real though. Now is not the time for this sort of talk.
I love how every single witness that Miles Edgeworth has to question is like the least cooperative person on the fucking planet.
Welcome to Ace Attorney. I don't know if I actually have like any evidence for shit though.
Hold it!
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal?
I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count.
Aw, but I spend so much time in there. It might as well be my responsibility.
Mr. Edge, Kakam is very talented in languages. So she assists passengers who may not. Since her main language is lie. Especially those who speak board, she is the only one on this flight who is fluid. And Wayne.
Oh, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place?
What else could I have meant?
Yeah, so I'm really good at Virginian.
She's fluent in Borginian. Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian.
Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Virginian.
Very interesting.
Ooh.
So you are the only one in this flight crew that speaks Virginian. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Virginia for a while. She's so eepy.
If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose. To lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the olive red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh?
It is exactly as you say.
Are you confessing to have participated in smuggling?
No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation, after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper.
Really? All you did was sign it?
I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So, sorry about that.
It seems that she's finally woken up, but this is going to be one tough fight.
Suppose, and this is just a supposition, even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that. Objection! If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is smuggling... that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes.
So perhaps there is some element of a setup at play in this case.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you, I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenero who is under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can.
You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't.
Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tenero from the very beginning.
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose a suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, That would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in an in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree?
Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway?
That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstance dictated the need for the killer to frame someone? When? No? Nope, I guess not. The murder took place before the movie was scheduled to go on. That's not what I meant with that, Miles, but sure. Around that time, almost all of the passengers had returned to their seats. Therefore, the killer had to choose someone who was not at their seat to frame.
Isn't that an explanation for how the killer chose who, and not why they had to do it?
Well, I thought it best to start from there.
If you're going to talk about completely unrelated matters, do you mind if I take a nap?
Hold on, I'm just getting to the meat of my argument.
Nice save, Miles.
The special circumstance is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tenero or myself, but you, Miss Cammy Meal. Only you and you alone could be the killer.
She was so sleepy. And?
Huh?
Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence.
I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence.
Oh, I know what it is.
And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture. What is it?
Is it the phone?
Take that!
Yeah. I don't have any actual evidence.
I thought not.
But that's because it went missing and still is.
Missing? What do you mean by that?
In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that is the victim's cell phone. Franziska, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks's cell phone. Or at least that's what you told me.
That's right.
But Agent Hicks's cell phone could not be found at the crime scene.
You mean the killer took the phone with them?
Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer.
Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well?
We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Franziska, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not?
Of course I do. This is gonna be good.
Agent Hick's phone. It's ringing from somewhere, sir.
I hear it, detective. Now, where is it coming from? That's actually a good question, what? It sounds like the phone is up in the flight attendant's room.
We'd better hurry to the flight
Was
attendant's
she?
room, sir.
What were you gonna say, Petunia?
Was she smoking or the bubbles are stand-in for smoking?
I think she's just actually blowing bubbles. I think she's just crazy like
Oh,
that.
is that how she was doing the sleep bubbles?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was wondering which one it was.
The ringing's coming from somewhere in here, sir.
Leave no stone
Because she
unturned,
could either
Detective
be
Gumshoe.
smoking weed won't be investigated, or she could be blowing bubbles. Like either or.
She's blowing the bubbles to fake being asleep.
But she was so easy.
The ringing is coming from in here, sir.
No, it can't be.
Oh, shucks.
This has gotta be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir?
It's Mr. Nero's.
What?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Where did you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Mr. Nero's locker. I don't remember this case having the entire caster for so much of it, I'm sorry.
What?
Rhoda Tenero.
I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I still use a landline.
She would, though. Miss Von Karma, is it... I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away.
Wait, I have a theory. A game theory. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Mr. Nero's locker at the same time.
This is related to the keycard, all right. In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one bird we cannot ignore. Oh my god.
What should I do? Francisca's right, I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it! What now, Miles Edgeworth?
It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone.
What?
Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. Ah, it's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of his smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. The cell phone, can I take pictures?
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir.
This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine.
Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case? If so, I'd say there are maybe some very inconvenient photos in here for our killer smuggler.
But the phone's all busted up, sir.
Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone.
I'll find a way, don't you worry about that.
I go back to sleep now. The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What?
What do you mean by that, Francisca?
It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still in there inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone.
Franziska, your phone, if you please.
Very well. Fucking game. It's transferring. All right, displaying it now.
This is...
Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case.
Hey, the Ali threads nowhere in this pic, sir.
But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right?
Ouch, she's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks' killer, sir.
Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? What's all this?
Oh, they are cargo shipped from Virginia to Zhangfa.
So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped in Zhangfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there is no English written on them anywhere.
One cluster of boxes is written in Virginian. It says "Verza." It is cloth in English.
Cloth? Could it be? Is this where the killer...
What? What for is that scary face?
Miss Meal,
Yes.
it appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is.
Ha! Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth.
The Virginian cargo and this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer.
Take that! What is that supposed to prove?
The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilled. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I have finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zhangfa had cloth written on it. In Virginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean up the blood with. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Virginian. And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Cammy Meal.
Ha! That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Virginian.
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature.
What?
There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Virginian, well then. Logically, the killer would have opened this box first. The bed sheet.
Yo.
Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir.
Precisely. And bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say?
So what are you trying to say?
That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first.
However, the killer chose to use some Virginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that?
The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs that the box or the sheets had been opened. However, the Virginian cloth? Well, that's a horse of a different color.
Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zhangfa.
That's right. That is why the Virginian cloth is used. And the only Virginian reader on board who could make such a calculated decision is you, Cammy Meal. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Zhangfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Zhengfa?
No, no. He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. I
And there you have it.
We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir.
Very good, Detective. What about the smuggling route? Did you say anything about that?
We're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir.
She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Edge. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. You saved my car lifestyle.
It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation.
But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. And I wasn't cooperative at all. Instead, I can continue to serve our path as a flight attendant and watch my life fade away. I hope that please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
That's...
I see you don't have to take it if you don't want to.
No.
I know you find me tacky.
I mean, I would never turn down the lady's generous offer.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure it will see. And serve you well, Mayor, your gate flag. And remember, we here at Go You Airline are always ready to serve Mr. Edge.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Now I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue. No matter where you go, and keep it and always slay.
I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy was it fun.
Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. Petunia! Thank you for the follow. By the way, where's Franziska?
Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure.
Departure?
Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case.
Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserved earlier?
You got it, sir.
Franziska.
I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chatter.
I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met.
I also have no time for such familial reminiscence. What? Wait.
Reminiscences.
Reminiscences? Okay, that word tripped me up. Just who do you think I am?
You are Franziska von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect.
Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing Periot, living her life on the name and fame of her invincible father built.
True. Your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say it was invincible.
What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture.
Sounds like a dangerous assignment.
You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself.
Yes, I suppose you can.
Plus, there's another agent on this case with me.
Oh, another agent.
He's a star among Interpol agents, and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day.
I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths.
I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same.
I'm not following you.
You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back. In full. What does that mean? What did she mean by this?
And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip.
Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation.
Aw, it was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight.
Just how much did you cut his salary by, Franziska? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office.
Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want.
Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Franziska von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking.
Oh, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through.
And you are?
Ah, have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy?
Mr. Amano. Ernest Amano, correct?
Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped.
And that is Turnabout Airlines done. I am really sorry this somehow turned into an 8-hour stream.
Jesus. We did it, team.
Did not
Your
expect
voice
that
is
to
fucking
happen.
wrecked.
Good news, we're doing this again on Sunday, by the way. Luckily, we're only doing one case then, so. All right, let's quickly send you fuckers
This
off
was
to.
so fun.
I'm glad
had
you
a
had a lot of
blast.
fun.
I had a
I had
And
a lot
I
of fun as
really
well.
love Best with some of the characters.
It was really, really, really fun. Thank you for being here as well.
Thanks
Let's-
for having me here.
Of course. Let's see if I can throw you guys somewhere else.
I'm excited to be back when we do this again on that Friday in the month.
Yeah, so Petunia will be with us again for the finale of Space Attorney Investigations 2. The 20th? Yeah.
You're
Where-
not getting rid of me yet.
Woo! More robot. You'll have to see it. Where do we throw you guys off?
Thank you everybody for being here and everything.
Of course, I had a lot of fun, and I hope you guys had a lot of fun as well.
Yeah.
Add a ton of.
Ooh. Zephyrus is streaming Warhammer 40k. That'll do. All right. Today was a lot longer than I expected because I only planned for this to be a 4-hour stream, so I didn't know what the fuck happened. But thank you for all being here. Thank you to everyone that watched, everyone that followed and supported me today. Thank you to
We
my
got lost in the sauce.
Yeah, thank you to my lovely voice actors for being here, even Buzz who abandoned us halfway through. Thank you for helping me out today. It was a lot of fun. And, well, I can't wait to do this again on Sunday. We are rating Zephyrus. He's playing the new Warhammer game that released in early access today or something. I know it's not fully out yet, but yeah. So thank you for being here. I will be back on Sunday. And have a good night. Bye-bye.